From the time I could reach the keyboard, my mother sent me to have piano lessons. She had grand visions of me becoming a famous piano player, I'm sure, but unfortunately for her, that turned into a boogie-woogie. So she sent me to take violin lessons, and I became interested in hillbilly and country and bluegrass music, and I became a fiddle player.
It's early in the morning here in the West Village in downtown Chattanooga. Joining me is 9-time road racing champion and legendary racing driver Brian Redmond.
It's going to be a fantastic event.
I'm Andy Burke, Mayor of Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm so happy that we will host the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival October 11 through 13. A world-class event in a world-class city.
In Chattanooga, we host trail running, cycling, rowing, and Ironman World Championships. We host the elite of elite in events.
Hi, I'm Jim Pace, IMSA racing champion and classic car enthusiast, and I want to invite you to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
From the time I could reach the keyboard, my mother sent me to have piano lessons. She had grand visions of me becoming a famous piano player, I'm sure, but unfortunately for her, that turned into a boogie-woogie. So she sent me to take violin lessons, and I became interested in hillbilly and country and bluegrass music, and I became a fiddle player.
was working on empty. Stacked the cotton way to face the burning heat. Just think about my baby. I'm so full of love I can barely eat. Nothing sweeter than my baby. I never won once from the cherry tree. My baby, sweet as can be. She give me toothaches just from kissing me. When my time comes around, lay me gently on the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl to her. That's when my baby found me. Our sweet days on a drunken sin. Walk with the walls around me. Nothing in the room but an empty crib. I was burning up a fever. I didn't care much how long I lived. I swear I thought I dreamed her. She never asked me once about the wrong I did. When my time comes around, lay me gently on the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her. My baby never fret night about what my hands and my body done. If the Lord don't forgive me, I'd still have my baby and my baby would have me. I was kissing on my baby. She put her love down soft and sweet. In the lonely night I was free. Heaven and hell were words to me. When my time comes around, lay me gently on the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll cry home to her. This is the first day of my life. Swear I was born right in your doorway. I was out in the rain, suddenly everything changed. They're spreading blankets on the beach. Yours is the first face that I saw. Swear I was blind before I met you. I don't know I am, I don't know I've been, but I know where I want to go. So I thought I'd let you know. These things take forever, I especially am slow. But I realized that I miss you, and I wondered if I could come home. Remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. I thought it was strange, you said everything changed, you felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. Now I don't care, I could go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you wanna be with me, with these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for a paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like me. Yeah. Bless my heart, bless my soul. Didn't think I'd make it 22 years old. There must be someone up above saying, come on, girl, girl, you got to get back up. You gotta hold on. You gotta hold on. Bless my heart, honey, bless yours too. Don't know where I'm gonna go, don't know what I'm gonna do. There must be someone up above saying, come on, girl, girl, you got to get back up. You gotta hold on. You gotta hold on. But then you gotta wait. Bless my heart and bless my mind. I don't know what I'm gonna do, I'm running out of time. There must be someone up above saying, come on, girl, girl, you got to get back up. Yeah, you got to get back up. You got to get back up. You got to get back up. You got to get, you gotta. Lying in my bed, I hear the clock tick and think of you, caught up in circles. Confusion is nothing new. Flashback, warm nights almost left behind. Suitcase of memories. Time after, sometimes you picture me. I'm walking too far ahead. You're calling to me. I can't hear a word you said. And you say, go slow. I fall behind. And the second hand unwinds. If you're lost and you look, then you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. Time after time. After my picture fades and darkness has turned to gray, watching through windows, you're wondering if I'm okay. Secrets stolen from deep inside, and the drum beats out of time. If you're lost and you look, then you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. Time after time. If you're lost and you look, then you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost and you look, then you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. Time after time. Time after time. Time after time. Time after. took my love and I took it down. Climbed a mountain and I turned around and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills where the landslide brought it down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? And can you sail through the changing ocean tides? Could you handle the seasons of my life? Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Well, time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Oh no. So I took my love and I took it down. If you climbed the mountain, would you turn around? And would you sail through the changing ocean tides? Could you handle the seasons of my life? Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Well, time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Thank you. Come into the world alone. You go out of the world alone. In between, it's you and me. Oh. Whoa. 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 summer breezes blow so tall. Winter nights are cold, so long. In between is the falling leaves. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Days and nights are killing me. Lonely nights are stilling me. If there's an anchor on the beach, let the wind blow on. Come into the world alone. You go out of the world alone. In between, it's you and me. Whoa. I'm gonna fight 'em all. 7 Nation Army couldn't hold me back. I'm gonna rip it off, ooh, taking my time right behind the track. Well, I'm talking to myself at night 'cause I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And if I see you coming round my way, if I see you coming round my way, if I see you coming round my way, I won't leave you alone. I don't wanna hear about it. Every single one's got their story to tell. Everyone knows about it. From the Queen of England to the hounds of hell. If I see you coming round my way, I'm gonna throw it to you. That ain't what you want to hear, but it's what I'll do. And And if I see you coming round my way, if I see you coming round my way, if I see you coming round my way, I won't leave you alone. I'm going to Wichita, leaving this opera forevermore. I'm gonna work with straw, ooh, feel the sweat drip out of every pore. Well, I'm bleeding when I bleed for you, bleeding when I bleed for you, bleeding when I bleed for you right before the Lord. And if I see you coming round my way, if I see you coming round my way, if I see you coming round my way, I won't leave you alone. Start my day up on the roof. There's nothing like this type of view. Point the clicker at the tube. I prefer explicit news, new car, new girl, new eyes, new glass, new watch. Good times, yeah, yeah. And we'll both get high. The help don't care. They just walk by, don't stop and stay, yeah. Don't stop and stay, yeah. Don't stop and stay. Real love, I'm searching for a real love. I'm searching for my silver spoon fed me good. I end my day up on the roof. I say I jump, I never do. When I get there, I act a fool. Do they sew wings on tailored suits? I'm on that ledge. He grabs my arm and slaps my hand. Good times. Sleeves rip off, I slip and fall. The market's down like 50 stories, and some don't end the way they should. My silver spoon fed me good. My silver spoon fed me good. Too many bottles of wine we can't pronounce. Too many bowls of the greed, no lucky charms. May comes around too much. Parents ain't around enough. Too many joyrides and daddy's jaguar. Too many white lies and white lions. Super rich kids with nothing but fake. Super rich kids with nothing but fake friends.
Thank you. Playing in real time. Yep. Thank you.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the waters, and I think of all the things like what you're doing. In my head I paint a picture. Since I come home, my body's been a mess, and I miss your tender care and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Oh, Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you didn't catch a tan. I hope you'd find the right man or fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair, and are you busy? Or did you have to pay that fine you were dodging all the time? Are you still dizzy? Since I come home, my body's been a mess, and I miss your tender care and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Oh, Valerie. You're a rich girl and you're gone too far, and you know it don't matter anyway. You can't rely on your old man's money. Can't rely on the old man's money, that's the thing, girl. You know you're gone too far, you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely, but it won't get you too far, too far. Valerie. There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a ruin of many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. And my father was a gambling man way down in New Orleans. The only thing a gambler is a suitcase in a trunk, and the only time he's satisfied is when he's on a drunk. There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a ruin of many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am home again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am whole again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am young again. And whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am fine again. However far away, I will always love you. No I say, I will always love you. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am free again. And whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am clean again. However far away, I will always love you. No matter where I stay, I will always love you. No matter what I say, I will always love you. Alright, come close. Let me show you everything I know. Jungle slang spinning round my head, I stare. I'm a naked fool, fish out of a naked wet wound. I would say you throws upon a silky smooth perfume. My simple son, no, this ain't gonna work. And my wicked word, tipsy topsy swerves. And my simple son, no, this ain't gonna work. And my wicked word, tipsy topsy swerves. Ooh, I can't take this place. Ooh, I can't take this place. I just wanna go where I can get some space. Truth be told, I've been here, I've done this all before. I take your glue, curl it up and puff it into plumes. My simple son, no, this ain't gonna work. And my wicked word, tipsy topsy swerves. And my simple son, no, this ain't gonna work. And my wicked words, tipsy topsy swerves. Ooh, I can't take this place. Ooh, I can't take this place. I just wanna go where I can get some space. Space. I just wanna go where I can get some space. My baby don't mess around because he loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does he really want it? He can't stand to see me walk out that door. I try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Well, thank God for Mom and Dad for sticking through together, 'cause we don't know how. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. You think you got it, ooh, you think you got it, just don't get it till there's nothing at all. We get together, ooh, we get together, separate's always better when there's feelings involved. If what they say is nothing is forever, what makes love the exception? Wow, 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 wow. We so wouldn't fight it when they know we're not happy here. We know we're not happy here. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I had a thought, dear, however scary, about that night, the bugs in the dirt. Why were you digging? What did you bury before those hands pulled me from the earth? I would not ask you where you came from. I would not ask, neither should you. Honey, just put your sweet lips on my lips. We should just kiss like real people do. I saw that look, dear, with eyes always seeking. Was there in someone who dug long ago? I would not ask you how you were creeping in some sad way I already know. I would not ask you where you came from. I would not ask, neither should you. Honey, just put your sweet lips on my lips. We should just kiss like real people do. I would not ask you where you came from. I would not ask, neither should you. Honey, just put your sweet lips on my lips. We should just kiss like real people do. We should just kiss like real people do. We should just kiss like real people do. I was scared of dentists in the dark. I was scared of pretty girls starting conversations. Oh, all my friends are turning green, and the monsters in my head are what they seem. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taking away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. Oh, I love you when you're singing your song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause honey, you're gonna sing the words. Here's this movie that I think you'll like, where the guy decides to quit his job and head to New York City. These cowboys are running from himself. Baby, she's been living on the highest shelf. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taking away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. Oh, I love you when you're singing your song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause honey, you're gonna sing the words. I just wanna know if you're gonna stay. I just gotta know if you're gonna stay. Oh, I just wanna know if you think you're ever gonna stay. I swear she's destined for the screen, closest thing to Michelle Pfeiffer that I've ever seen. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. Oh, I love you when you're singing your song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause honey, you're gonna sing the words. Called to the devil and the devil did come. Said to the devil, devil, do you like drums? Do you like cigarettes, dominoes, rum? He said only sundown, some days Christmas. Days in when I need a few friends. Now and again I can never hope to keep them. Thought to give friends what I thought that they wanted. Never had they needed a good friend as I've been. Don't get me vented on friends who resent you, cause all you ever done is spin a noose to hang on to. They thought was a necklace and reckless. You fell into hell, hanging with nothing to do but scratch, kick, that gravity wouldn't like. This, that gravity wouldn't like. You can leave it all behind. Even the devil needs time alone sometimes. You can let it all go. You can let it all go. It's called free fall. It's called free fall. Called to the devil and the devil said quick, can't be bothered, come ahead y'all. Keep about your wits, man, keep about your wits. Know yourself and who you came in with. Can I sit down? I've been hustling all day. Can't even count how many souls I made off the same deal you're on. Remember, the devil ain't a friend of no one, so you can let it all go. You can let it all go. It's called free fall. It's called free fall. Called to the devil and the devil said, hey, why you been calling this late? It's like 2 a.m. and the bars all close at 10. And hell, it's a rule I made. Anyway, you say you're too busy saving everybody else to save yourself, and you don't want no help. Oh well, it's a story to tell. You can let it all go. You can let it all go. It's called free fall. It's called free fall. You can let it all go. You can let it all go, cause nothing's free but falling out. That is easy, let me show you how it's like. What is seen when those blue eyes look at shades of green? Watercolors mix so magically, dancing through the galaxy. Real, oh God, it felt so real. This at the lover's steel, your heart with bad intentions. Blinded by the light of love, for you I ran to the ends of earth. Opened up too much into the day you were looking at her. You broke the heart of her. Yeah, you ripped it out at you. Feel, oh no, I'm starting to feel this at the lover's steel. Your mind didn't try to wreck it. Blinded by the light of love, for you I ran to the ends of earth. Opened up too much, into the day you were looking at her. Blinded by the light of love, for you I ran, opened up too much, into the day I was nothing but hurt. You broke the heart of her. Yeah, you ripped it out and you come on, everybody, get on up, 'cause you know we gotta get it crunk. Mary J's in the spot tonight, and I'ma make you feel alright. Come on, baby, just party with me. Let loose, set your body free. Leave your situations at the door. When you step inside, jump on the floor. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Oh, it's only gonna be about a matter of time before you get loose and start to lose your mind. Cup you a drink and rock your eyes. And celebrate a normal drum, eat our lives. Got the train track jumping, everybody bumping. Go ahead and push your back and get your body jumping. Don't you leave your situations at the door. When you step inside, jump on the floor. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. can't you see it's just raining? Ain't no need to go outside. No, ain't no need, ain't no need. Rain all day, I don't mind. Can't you see it's just raining? Ain't no need to go outside. No, ain't no need, honey. Rain all day, I don't mind. You hardly even notice when I try to show you this song is meant to keep you doing what you're supposed to. And waking up too early, maybe we could sleep in and make it banana pancakes, pretend like it's the weekend now. No, we could pretend it all the time. Oh well, can't you see it's just raining? There ain't no need to go outside. No, ain't no need, honey. Rain all day, I don't mind. Like a ukulele, mama made a baby, but it don't mind the practice. Sure, my little lady, lady, love me, love to lay you lazy. We could close the curtains, pretend like there's no world outside. Oh, we could pretend it all the time. Well, can't you see it's just raining? There ain't no need to go outside. No, ain't no need, honey. Rain all day, I don't mind. Telephone singing, ringing, it's too early, don't pick it up. We don't need to, we got everything we need right here, and everything we need is enough. It's so easy when the whole world fits inside of your arms. Do you really need to pay attention to the alarm? Wake up slow, oh honey, wake up slow. Can't you see it's just raining? There ain't no need to go outside. No, ain't no need, honey. You gotta wake up slow. Traveling these wide roads for so long, my heart's been far from you, 10,000 miles gone. Oh, I wanna come near and give every part of me, but there's blood on my hands and my lips are unclean. take me to your river. I wanna go. Oh, take me to your river. I wanna go. In my darkness I remember Mama's words reoccurred to me. Surrender to the good Lord and He'll wipe your slate clean. Take me to your river. I wanna go. Please let me know. Take me to your river. I wanna go. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go. Wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Please let me know. Take me to your river. I wanna go. Please let me know. Take me to your river. I wanna go. Look at the stars, look how they shine for you. And everything you do, they're all yellow. I came along, I wrote a song for you. And everything you do, it was called Hello. So then I took my turn. What a thing to have done. It was all yellow. Your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. You know I love you so. For you I bleed myself dry. I swam across, I jumped across for you. Oh, what a thing to do. It was all hello. I came along, I wrote a song for you. Oh, what a thing to do. It was all hello. Your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. You know I love you so. For you I bleed myself dry. So I love you so. I love you so. I love you so. For you I bleed myself dry. Think I started something. I got what I wanted. I did, and I can't feel nothing. Superhuman, even when I'm loving. And it's popping every single record. Auto-tuning, zero emotion, muted emotion. Pitch corrected, computed emotion. I blame it on a model broad with a Hollywood smile. Really pretty with a black wow. Got a brain like Berkeley. I met her at Coachella. She went to see Jigga. I went to see Z-Trip. Perfect. Took a seat on the ice cold line. She handed me a ice blue. Whatever. Said she wanna be a dentist really badly. She's in school paying for tuition, making film in the valley. At least she working. A girl, I can't feel my face. But I'll be smoking anyway. So don't let the go to waste. Can you taste a little taste of Novocaine? Baby, baby. Novocaine, baby, I want you. Love me good, love me long, love me now. Love me now and I'm gone, love me nine. Love me nine, love me nine. Numb, 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 numb. Come on now, who do you think you are? Ooh, ha, 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 bless your soul. Do you really think you're in control? I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Possibly. that you are having the time of your life. Think twice and listen, and that's my only advice. Come on now, who do you think you are? Ooh, ha, 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 bless your soul. Do you really think you're in control? Novocaine, 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 Novocaine. For the pain, for the pain, for the pain, for the pain, for the pain. Novocaine, 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 Novocaine. For the pain, Novocaine, Novocaine. This is my last song. Thank you. Met on the moon, met at the bend on the lake. I heard yellow rain can cause a ship to sink. Fire on the mountain and a snake in the grass. You better hope you're fast. There's cows in the air, fish in the trees. Granny sitting in a chair in the middle of a creek in a soggy bottom hollow with a rocky mountain top. The sky is about to drop. This is how I roll. Yeah, kicking rocks while I walk. That's just how it goes when you're partying on a yellow brick road. Big bad wolves coming round the mountain. If I was little red, I'd throw my pigs in the fountain. Wicked witch sitting on top of the world. Time stops. The sky is about to drop. The sky is about to drop. This is how I roll. Yeah, kicking rocks while I walk. That's just how it goes when you're partying on a yellow brick road. Thank you.
your business with local lending expertise at Millennium Bank. As a community bank, we support our local economy through swift, informed loan decisions by experts who understand your unique business needs. For business owners, we're here to support you with short-term and long-term funding solutions, business credit cards, letters of credit, fixed asset purchases, or lines of credit. As a community bank, we believe in fueling our local economy. When you bank with us, you can invest more time in running your business and living easily. Rev up your business with local lending expertise at Millennium Bank. As a community bank, we support our local economy through swift, informed loan decisions by experts who understand your unique business needs. For business owners, we're here to support you with short-term and long-term funding solutions, business credit cards, letters of credit, fixed asset purchases, or lines of credit. As a community bank, we believe in fueling our local economy. When you bank with us, you can invest more time in running your business and living easily.
What does wealth mean to you? UBS financial advisors understand how you manage your money is deeply personal. When it comes to your wealth, craft matters, and growing that wealth requires meticulous attention to detail. Wherever you are on your financial journey, UBS advisors know that you need tailored solutions, forged by personal communication and deep human connection. The result? Confidence to pursue your ambitions, with insights from many of the industry's top advisors who make it easy to get clear answers so you can make informed decisions. At UBS, wealth management isn't just something we do, it's who we are. And for over 160 years, we've put families like yours first, no matter what's going on in the markets, at home, or throughout the world. So whatever life brings you, our advisors will help you craft a plan to pursue your financial goals. Today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. UBS. Advice is our craft.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to gather here at the stage, at the side entrance to the Westin Hotel, we're about to have our first of several sets of interviews over the course of the weekend here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. And there are empty chairs, so you don't have to stand, should you care not to. Our thanks to the drum lineup for that splendid introduction, which was totally unexpected. Glad I didn't start talking before they started drumming. My name is Bob Varsha, and it's my privilege to be up here now and later on in the weekend with a number of motorsports heroes. Heroes, David. To my immediate right is a man making his first appearance here at Chattanooga, a spectacular career full of race wins and championships. Jochen Maas is with us. Thank you, Jochen. And of course, on the far end, the familiar face of my commentary booth partner for some 25 years, and he himself, another of the world's great all-rounders, like Jochen, racing in all of the junior series, sports cars, touring cars, Indianapolis cars, Formula One, World Endurance, places like Le Mans, you name it. Of course, it's David Hobbs. David, welcome.
Thank you, Bob. It's a long time since I've seen you, probably breakfast.
Yes, that's true.
As you say, we spent 25 years on the road doing TV for Speed Vision, ESPN, including Formula One, a lot of Formula One, Formula Atlantic, if I remember rightly, and many other things. So it's great to be here back in Chattanooga for the Motorcar Festival. It really is one of my favorite events. I've been to a lot of them, to Amelia, to Pebble Beach. But this one's something about this. It's very friendly, very open, very easy to get around, and because it's right downtown, so it's extremely convenient for everybody. And I just love it here. And the weather is usually absolutely gorgeous. Last year, if I remember, it was a bit nippy, but not this year.
Jochen, welcome to your first visit to Chattanooga. What are your impressions?
Well, first, thanks a lot for introducing me so nicely here in Chattanooga. Never been here. I always was invited the last few years, but I didn't manage to do it because there was always a clash with some other events like Goodwood or things like that. So I'm very, very happy. My first expression, quite honestly, was the weather. In the plane, you come in and you look down at this beautiful setting of forests and Chattanooga, the city, and it looks overwhelmingly beautiful. And I'm very happy that I'm finally here. And I must say, sitting here on this square, which has a lot to do with, I believe, the activities of Brian LeFour, is very instrumental. I mean, his company, whatever, to arrange all that. But I'm not telling you anything new now. And but for me, it is new. And I must say, I take my hat off. It is a wonderful place. It's a typical, quintessential American, not so big town, which is great. When I look down here, this street, and you see the building in the back, it looks perfect. It is very, very nice, has a lot of charm, and the people are friendly because it rubs off on the population as well, and that's, of course, something, we can really appreciate nowadays.
These two guys are two of the most gregarious drivers you will ever meet, so don't hesitate to come up and chat with them if you see them around the property, and I'm sure you will, looking at all the gorgeous cars that Mr. Dufour and his staff have lined up for this year's event. I should also note that there was to be a third driver with us. That, of course, would be last year's Grand Marshal, now the Grand Ambassador for the Motorcar Festival. That's Brian Redmond. Brian lives in Vero Beach, Florida, and due to Hurricane Milton was unable to travel here to Chattanooga. So we'll miss Brian. Maybe he'll surprise us and arrive, but we won't count on that. So let's get into the meat of it. You men are known as legends, which implies that you've been around a long time. But both of you raced in some very dangerous years in motorsports all over the world. How do you account for the fact that you're still drawing breath every morning?
Well, every day I get up, I'm very thankful that I'm on the right side of the grass. And I raced for 30 years in, as you said, one of the most dangerous eras of motorsport. And it became dangerous because the circuits were inherently unbelievably dangerous. No runoff areas, woods, trees, ditches, all sorts of stuff to hit. And the cars were pretty flimsy. But during the 60s, the development was extraordinary, especially in tires. I mean, when I started racing, all you had was Dunlop R5 race tires, and they were about that wide. And on a Formula One car, they were about that wide. And they had tread, so you could use them wet or dry. Obviously, a new set was better in the wet than an old set. But But then tire development, Goodyear and Firestone got in on the act in Europe, and suddenly the tires were nearly like those drums. I mean, they were this wide, and slicks. The cars were still flimsy, and the tracks hadn't changed much, but the speeds had gone up enormously. And a lot of people got hurt pretty badly, including Jochen here, who was broken up very badly, mainly because of the lack of safety on the circuit, apart from the fact that his car was a bit dodgy. Brian got injured a lot of times, and I never even broke a fingernail in racing in 30 years. To which Brian, always a gentleman, and always a supporter, says, well, in that case, you weren't going bloody fast enough. So whatever, I was going fast enough for me, but I did remain totally unscathed.
Jochen, as David mentioned, not quite the case for you, and I'm interested in that because I saw an interview in which you said you weren't all that interested in motorsports as a up into your teenage years, because the only time anyone heard about motorsports in the media was when there was some kind of savage accident. Le Mans in 1955, Mille Miglia in 57. And yet you found motorsports after your years in the Merchant Marine, which we'll get to in a bit. So you went racing, and you have suffered injuries, and yet you never turned away from it. What kept you coming back to motorsports?
Well, first I have to say, it was not me finding motor racing, it was the other way around. Motor racing found me. It was, I loved driving a car when I was a youngster, you know, when I was 14, 15, with my mother's Beetle. The four-seater was super nice, and I could do with this car what I wanted to do. And I learned one thing: driving a car is an aesthetic pleasure. And it's something which is wonderful. It allows you to be mobile, to be, you know, but don't be silly. This was always my credo. Don't overdo it. Don't try to find out things which doesn't bring you any sort of gain in driving a car, and so on. So it's later, motorsport, I was then in the Merchant Navy, as you said, and then I saw a race when I came home with my girlfriend, and we sat there as marshals in the first corner at the hill climb. And it really triggered off something, you know, when I came around the corner and I saw them disappear on the hill on the left. I thought, this is what I'm going to do now. So I quit the Merchant Navy, and then, of course, the big question, which is always the same, how do you get into a car? And so on. So without any sort of cash available in those days for me, it was a quiet, let's say, assumption and a quiet knowledge that I will achieve that, no problem. And that's something, you know, often when we talk with the fathers mainly and the sons, and we often talk about how does he gets his son into motor racing. So you either need a lot of money and this and that. I said, first of all, you have to instill the belief in each child, in each young man, young boy. Like me at the time, I was totally convinced that I was as good as the very best. I never doubted that. And I said, all you need is a good car to prove it. And so on. But you must believe in yourself. And that was the key thing. And that still is the key thing. And often when I talk to the, dads and so on, and they said, how can I get my son in? I said, you step aside. It's your son who has to make the decision. And he has to believe in himself, and he has to do what's necessary, and he has to fight for it in a way. And that will get him further than if a dad with a lot of cash, and he can buy him a car immediately and he can run there and then he is the big boy. No, these are usually not the very best. more the kids who have to fight for it and so on. So there was another point was really when they said, yeah, Jochen, you lived in the very dangerous years of motor racing where you had so many. I said, hold it. I said, we know all this. We know that we knew about the danger. I did. Because that's the one thing you always heard in TV or radio or whatever. And I still wanted to do it. We just hoped that any accident, which will occur one way or the other, and that you walk away from it, and that you can race again afterwards. And so this was always the key thing. So you took it with a grain of salt, racing. You had to be a little bit careful. You did your best in racing, obviously. You were going fast and all this, but you tried not to overdo it and not to put your colleagues on either side into perilous positions and so on. So it sounds like I make myself for the superhuman here and very, very friendly. I don't know. We raced against each other. Did we ever had a problem?
We never had a problem because you were usually in front, so I didn't have a problem with you. I couldn't catch you anyway. So, but it is amazing because, as Jochen says, the one thing you've got to have is belief in yourself. I mean, you qualify 15th in the middle of the pack in some piece of old crap car, and you still think somehow you still think you're going to win, and everybody that's in racing has that same ultimate. People say to me, "Well, weren't you very brave to go racing?" I say, I wasn't brave. I was actually at the time stupid. But I mean, you've got to be fully convinced that you can win, and it's a major part of it. Confidence, not bravery. It's just super confident. People say, "Well, weren't you nervous at the start of the race because you might get hurt?" And I said, "No, I was only nervous at the start because I might make a bad start." So that was the thing. I mean, really, you weren't nervous about getting hurt. But, of course, in the old days, cars broke all the time, like Jochen's. The tracks were terrible. And when I left home and we had two little boys, I'd look in the rearview mirror and I'd often think, is that the last time I'll ever see them? And is this the last time they'll ever see me? And somehow I always managed to drive back up the same road at the end of the weekend. Very lucky, very lucky.
I think you share a similar history in that both of you came to motorsports at what today would be considered a pretty advanced age. You were both around 20, I guess, when you actually took a car out. Jochen, in your prime with the Mercedes Sauber World Endurance team, those fabulous Silver Arrows, you spent time around three guys, part of the junior program, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, Karl Wendlinger, and Michael Schumacher, all of whom, I assume, had been racing karts since they were 5 years old and had been through schools and were very experienced racers by the time they reached that level. What were your impressions of those three drivers when you got to know them?
Well, I was older than especially with Michael Schumacher's case, I was older than his dad. So to him, I was Methuselah, I was an old guy, obviously. So occasionally, very occasionally, I was quicker than him in practice. We drove in the same car. So he came up to me, he said, "Jochen, why are you quicker than me?" I said, "Very simple, Mike, because I'm stronger than you. And because at some circuits, it was very hard to steer often. And depending on the tires you were using, the Michelin especially, they were not very compatible with the car's downforce and so on. So anyway, and then he started to do muscle training and so on. So these were the things we could give him. I mean, we couldn't teach him how to drive, obviously. All the youngsters, Wendlinger and Frentzen and these guys, there were some more. Yeah, good guys, and they all could drive very well, and they had to. And but there were certain things in the team, like Porsche or Mercedes, where you had to learn a lot because you're never alone. You always share the car with somebody, and you have to come to the same conclusion how to set up the car right to make it fast for both of you, and things like that. So this was quite remarkable, how methodically Michael did all this. It was very nice. Well, sometimes I thought, but the car is good, leave it alone, don't touch it now. No, he said, we can still improve it and we can still go a little bit quicker, which was quite annoying for us older guys. But he was right, unfortunately.
Well,
yeah.
Another point that Jochens hit on there, of course, is that in the old days of endurance racing, there was only ever 2 drivers in the car, which, of course, made races like Le Mans pretty long and arduous because, you could do a 4-hour maximum stint. And, of course, there was no resting. Today, these drivers don't even know they're born. They've got wonderful motorhomes, they've got laundries, they've got people to give them a massage, they get soundproof rooms so they can sleep. In those days, we had an old caravan that you could sort of hobble to and got in. And I just put my uniform on Saturday morning at Le Mans, and it stayed on till Sunday night. Because apart from else, it got soaked with sweat, so you couldn't get it on and off anyway. And I only had one uniform. I could only afford one uniform. And so it was a bit different. And the way I started, I was not all that keen on sports, but my hero was Sterling Moss, who was a national figure in Britain, and he was very famous and very, very good. But as you say, in the papers in those days, it would be Sterling Moss drops out or 25 people killed at a race. And by the way, Sterling Moss won. Very sort of, very discriminated against in a lot of ways, motorsport. But I had a motorbike, a Triumph Speed Twin, and me and my girlfriend at the time, Margaret, we used to rush around the countryside like blue-ass flies because there was no traffic much. And I thought, maybe I better race this thing. And then I thought, no, I won't race that. I'll try racing Mum's Morris Oxford. And the total combined cost of joining a club, getting the racing license, and paying an entry fee was about 10 quid. Today, my grandson, well, not today, 10 years ago, when my grandson was doing go-karts, the entry fee was about $200 for a bloody go-kart race. And, of course, we had none of that. We had no training like that. I just got in Mum's car, drove to Snetterton, got to Snetterton. The car had a semi-automatic gearbox, which my dad had invented. The scrutineers, the tech engineers, said, your car's not homologated with an automatic gearbox. You'll have to run in the sports car race. So I'm here in this 10-year-old Morris Oxford with a side valve engine, and I'm up against Lotus Elites, Triumph TR2s, Jaguar SK120.
The latest and greatest, yeah.
And, of course, I was dragging around the back, and the engine blew up anyway. So we had to get a lift home. And then later on in the week, I managed to persuade a friend's father to tow me home. So we went back to Snetterton and towed it 120 miles home on the end of a tow rope. And that was my first race. I should have said right then, this is for the birds, but I didn't. And but that's how we started in those days. It cost nothing. Today, forget it.
I'm glad you brought that up because I know that your car with your dad's automatic transmission finally came through for you in a big way at a racetrack that I believe both of you guys hold as your favorite, and that is the Nürburgring.
The Nordschleife. You're right. I raced Mum in Morris Oxford about 4 or 5 times. I actually won a cup. My first cup is about that big. And the next year I drove Dad's XK140, which also had the automatic gearbox. Unfortunately, in the first race, in the spring of 1960, I rolled the car at Old Hall at Old Park.
Alors.
And it looked a bit worse for wear, but we did.
Do you remember where you rolled it?
Yeah, Old Hall. First corner, last lap, first corner, slid off the road. And, of course, in those days, they had these sloped dirt banks. But, of course, it just went up the slope and then rolled over. And, again, I had Margaret with me. And we managed to sort of patch it together. And we drove it home. And Dad said, well, you broke it, you fix it. Well, obviously, it wasn't fixed very well. And it never looked much good. But I managed to steal some disc brakes from Jaguar where I was an apprentice. And I got a triple carburetor head. And, actually, we did have some wins in that. And then my father's got some shareholder, he had another shareholder add to the roster, so they thought it'd be a good idea to advertise the gearbox by racing. So we put the gearbox in a Lotus Elite, which is a very small car, only 1100cc. And it's had the 4-speed override, automatic. And I won a lot of races in that, including the class at the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers, which was in April of 1961. And I took my friend Bill Pinkney, who raced at Healy Silverstone. He and I went off there, and when we got there, one of my lovely fellow competitors put in a protest about the gearbox. So they said, well, you can't run in the 1100cc GT class. You're going to have to run in the 1600cc sports car class, which had some RSKs in it, which were quick. Anyway, there was only about 4 of them. And on the last lap, the last one rolled over, and we won the class. And as Jochen knows, the Germans are very methodical. So the prize scale was based on the type and size of the car. So an 1100 GT car got, say, 500 marks, and the 1600cc sports car got 2,000 marks. So we were well ahead of the game, and that was my first big international win at the Nürburgring. Not a bad place to start. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is my first international win.
The Green Hell. How about you, Jochen? Your favorite memory of the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife?
My favorite is difficult to pick out, really. But my least favorite was the last Grand Prix at the Nürburgring and the last big race before the Nürburgring was scrapped as a Formula One venue. So I was leading in that race because you probably have seen the film Rush, some of you. And I was the only one who started on slicks. And it was a decision. We were all jacked up, no tires on the cars. And I was 5th or 6th on the grid. And I called Herbert Linger over, who had just done a lap with a safety car. And I said, Herbert, how wet is it? He said, like this. So no puddles. And I said, and is it like this everywhere? He said, well, in the foxhole, there's some water running. It's a bit dangerous there. You have to watch it. And I said, from where is it completely dry? From the Hohe 8, High 8, which is exactly halfway. So, and I said, okay, and where does it start again? Antonius Buche, which is just before start and finish on the old one. And so I said to my guys, put on slicks. He said, you're nuts, they all run a race on rain tires. I said, no arguments, put on slicks, please. Anyway, so I started on slicks, and it was perfect. And, you know, it was, I could handle it easily on the wet road with the slick tires, but if you don't have aquaplaning on slicks, they sometimes develop enough grip, you know, so you could use them. And I was quick with it. I came back as in 2nd place behind Ronnie Peterson in the March, and but then he continued on rain tires, and I overtook him quite easily in that lap. Anyway, so after several laps, I had already a drying groove, and it was very nice to drive. My tires were warm, and so I had a 40-50 second lead, and then suddenly red flags came up. And I thought, I don't believe it. I said, finally I could win the German Grand Prix after the war, the first German, and no, that's mine.
He's migrating. He's on his way to Florida. Don't go.
Anyway, so then I had to stop in the pits, and I said, well, why? And they said it was an accident. I said, who? Niki Lauda. I said, oh my God, is he okay? And they said, like this. I said, oh no, I don't believe it. And Niki, of course, was against the Nürburgring, and he worked quite close together with Bernie Ecclestone to make sure that this circuit will be phased out of the calendar. But anyway, so it was a great shame. But you couldn't really bitch about it because, I mean, Niki had a tough time to survive it. First of all, with his lung problems and all that from the extinguishing powders and things like that. His burn wounds were not life-threatening, but inside his lungs there was a lot of bad stuff. So he very nearly lost his life because of that, but he didn't. He was in a good hospital, specialized on burn wounds and things like that. So, so later we restarted the race. Can you believe it? And there was Andretti, Scheckter, and Hunt. you know, with the Lotus, the Tyrrell, and of course my teammate and the McLaren. And they had a lot more horsepower, which they had in the beginning, no, mid-season. They got this stronger engines that had 70 horsepower more than we had. That was, Keith Duckworth told me that in the 90s. He said, you guys never had a chance. Anyway, so this was, and so I was lying third at the end, but in the race it was Scheckter leading and then James. We were all together, and then Andretti and me, and he missed the gear coming out of the carousel, and I wanted to overtake him, so we bumped into each other, and I spun around without hitting anything. No damage done, but a few cars overtook me, so I had to re-overtake and so on. So I lost my position, basically, so I finished third, but Andretti dropped out with the Lotus, and yeah, it was a great shame. So when I look at the pictures of the Nürburgring, there we stand, you know, happy James, who won it, Scheckter second, me third with a long face. But it was for various reasons. It was also Nicky's accident, of course, and the worry about him, and so on. He was a good guy. I mean, Niki Lauda was a fantastically focused, courageous individual. He was a very good driver. I mean, but we never did each other harm. It was super good. Arrived at the start lap in Buenos Aires. I overtook him. I had a very good Arrows. The A3 was a fantastic car. And I took him on the straight in the back, and arrogantly, I looked at him and I waved at him. So then we got into this sort of curvy infield situation, and the road had broken up at somewhere, and I was not focused enough, and I made a mistake, and I went off a little bit, and I broke the wing, so I had to pit. And finally, I finished only seventh in that race, which was a great shame. But the Nürburgring again, the most famous race, no, not most famous, but the one I liked perhaps best was the 1,000 kilometers, the last one, when Stefan Bellof was very quick, but he had a new car. I had an old car because our other car, the better car, was damaged in the fire in Hockenheim in the pits. So I had to go back into an older car, and of course, Stefan was very fast. I was quick too at the Nürburgring. And at the end, his magic time of 6 minutes, 11.4 seconds, I was doing 6 minutes, 15.8. So it's it's 4 seconds less fast. But so he was the big hero, and I was second. And in the race, you know, he drove away. He was much quicker. But at the Pflanzgarten, there's a big jump in the back, and I started to get airborne, but I landed again nicely and so on. And we had a pit stop just after that, and I saw Stefan. I said, be careful. If you go flat out over the bump, then you probably get airborne altogether. And he looked at me sort of pitiful, and he said, yeah, it's okay, old man. It's all right. And then we got back in the car an hour later. First lap, he flew off, and he wrecked the car completely. He was lucky not to hurt himself. And so I said, Stefan, do you believe it now? You know, or not? This sort of thing. That's what I could learn from the older guys if they were prepared to. With Michael Schumacher in Le Mans, he drove very quick in the same team with the Mercedes, but in a different, not my car, but he drove with Wendlinger. Anyway, so he drove very fast, and I said at the pit stop, I said, Michael, I think you drive a little bit too quick. He said, Jochen, that may seem fast to you, but to me it's nothing. I said, damn it, I know that. I know that you're quicker, but you put too much stress on the car, so you have to nurse it a little bit. And he said, yeah, it's okay. So in the morning, of course, he had problems with the wheel bearings in the rear, and so on, and he came along and he said, Jochen, I think you were right. I think I drove too fast. I said, yeah, obviously you did. And so on. So that's where they learned from us older guys a few things. And we learned it also from older guys and so on. So this sort of thing went through the ranks of years, and highly interesting.
Well, we promised we would only do 30 minutes before we'll go over to these white umbrellas across the street here for an autograph session. But I don't want to wind this up without asking each of you of your favorite car you raced in your long careers. David?
Ooh, gosh. I raced so many, I've forgotten half of them, but I suppose for terms of ease of driving in its day, the Ford GT40, which I drove for Gulf and John Wyer in 1968 and 69, that was the perfect long-distance car of that day. It just did everything right. It had really good visibility. It never got too hot. It had a beautiful ZF gearbox, 5-speed gearbox, which is absolutely a delight to use. And the car had no vices. I mean, it didn't push, it didn't oversteer, it didn't do anything suddenly. It was a very, very nice car to drive in long-distance races, as was subsequently the Porsche 962, which was, half a minute a lap quicker or a minute a lap quicker, but it was also a nice car to drive. The only thing I didn't like about the 962 was the synchromesh gearbox, but it was okay. But the Porsche, the GT40 gearbox was gorgeous. But I drove a lot of lovely cars. The M16 I drove at Indy in 1974. That was a great car. That was a terrific car.
Jochen, how about you? Favorite car?
Well, when I joined Porsche, obviously, my favorite car was always the one I drove. So I started with the Alfa GTAs in 68, 69. And then I had a Ford Caprice from 70 onward to 75. And in between, I did a lot of sports cars with the little chevrons, the Springbok series in South Africa. Fantastic racing. And I loved all these cars, honestly. And I just realized how the development went on and on. And, when we did some testing in Le Castellet, the 936s, the Porsches. And the first time that we had the 956 as well. But, the car was so damn good, it was fantastic. It was unbelievable. I thought I was on a different racetrack because many of the corners weren't there anymore. Because with this car, it wasn't the corner. The S's after the pits, where with the 936 you had to be focused and you had to assemble your senses, and be really precise. Because it was a dangerous corner, it took John Watson 2 days to take it flat. And I talked to him like to a sick dog. I said, do it now, John. You can do it. We all do it. And finally he managed to do it and so on. But that was the way it was. And the 956 was just a fantastic car. And the 962 basically is just a longer nose for safety, supposed or assumed safety purposes, which I couldn't really see what sort of where it improved to safety. Yeah, I know, a bit longer, but anyway. So these cars were fabulous cars, and they were the best the whole decade.
Yeah, they were amazing, and we're going to be back later on this weekend 2 or 3 times with more shoulda, coulda, woulda won that. I should have won that, but I didn't, and I should have done, and I could have done, but I didn't.
Those are some of the best stories. But David's right. I've been talking with these guys for 2 days now, and the stories go on and on and on. So we will be over at the UBS. They're calling it happy hour. Are we day drinking here? It's at 3 o'clock. So join us over there. And then David and I will join Patrick Long, whose Luftgekühlt air-cooled Porsche show is here in town, featuring a J. David Porsche 935 that David Hobbs drove at one time. And that is at 5 o'clock over on the...
Down here at the end of the hotel, I think.
It's either here or out in front where the cars are. So one place or the other, and we'll look forward to seeing you there. How about a round of applause for my guests, Jochen Mass and David Hobbs?
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Bob.
Pleasure.
Good questions outweigh easy answers. You know that.
That's right.
Dankeschön.
Yeah, I'm not turning over any rocks here. Okay, we'll see you over there under the tent. Or umbrellas, or whatever they are.
business with local lending expertise at Millennium Bank. As a community bank, we support our local economies through swift, informed loan decisions by experts who understand your unique business needs. For business owners, we're here to support you with short-term and long-term funding solutions, business credit cards, letters of credit, fixed asset purchases, or lines of credit. As a community bank, we believe in fueling our local economy. When you bank with us, you can invest more time in running your business and living easily.
Finding your why starts by making an impact together, touching lives for the better. It can be the gift of time or treasure, supporting a community through talent without measure. Here, compassion fuels commitment, finding fulfillment through enrichment, serving and improving. What a way to live, and what a gift it is to give. Find your why. Get involved today for a better us.
dancing in your wooden shoes, in a wedding gown, dancing out on 7th Street, dancing through the underground, dancing little marionette. Are you happy now? Where do you go when you're lonely? Where do you go when you're blue? Where do you go when you're lonely? I'll follow you till the stars go blue. Stars go blue. Stars go blue. Stars go blue. Dancing out on 7th Street, dancing through the underground, dancing little marionettes. Are you happy now? Where do you go when you're lonely? Where do you go when you're blue? Where do you go when you're lonely? I'll follow you till the stars go blue. Stars go blue. Stars go blue. Stars go blue. And I'll follow you to the stars. I'll follow you till the stars. I'll follow you till the stars go blue. Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you sure wear warden and you're dangerous. I'm falling. It's getting late to give you up. I took a sip from the devil's cup and slowly you're taking over me. Too high, can't come down, losing my head spinning round and round. Do you feel me now? Of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under with the poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? Man, I love what you do, don't you know that you're toxic? I'm addicted to you, don't you? too high, can't come down. Losing my head, spin round and round. Do you feel me now? Taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under with the poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do, don't you know that you're toxic? I'm addicted to you, don't you? I wanna hold the hand inside you. I wanna take the breath that's true. I look to you and I see nothing. I look to you to see the truth. You live your life, you go in shadows. You'll come apart and you'll go back. Some kind of light into your darkness. Color your eyes with what's not there. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. Fade into you. Oh, honey, I think it's strange you never knew. You live your life, you go in shadows. You'll come apart and you'll go back. A stranger's light comes on slowly. A stranger's heart without a home. You put your head into your hands and smiles cover your heart. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. Fade into you. Oh, honey, I think it's strange you never knew. I think it's strange you never knew. Honey, I think it's strange you never knew. You sure look real pretty in your glass house. You probably think you're too good to take the trash out. Are you dumb or you blind? There's a real fine line between telling a joke and turning the knife. Don't wreck my reputation, let me wreck my own. Step on, step on. Are you getting too close to me with all your negativity? Just get lost. I'm trying to make a little difference here. Why you gotta interfere? Keep climbing that mountain of dirty tricks. When you finally get to the top, step on, step on. Screwed everybody over in this town. There ain't nothing between you and the cold, hard ground you keep running your mouth. Stretching the truth, you just might find a hole in your parachute. Whatever gets you high, it'll always bring you down. Step on, step on. Are you getting too close to me with all your negativity? Just get lost. I'm trying to make a little difference here. Why you gotta interfere? Keep climbing that mountain of dirty tricks. When you finally get to the top, step on, step on. Sticks and stones, they may build you a throne, but you'll be up there all alone. Step off, step off. Keep climbing that mountain of dirty tricks. When you finally keep climbing that mountain of dirty tricks. When you finally keep climbing that mountain of dirty tricks. When you finally get to the top. When you finally get to the top. Step off. Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my mom and pa, not the way that I do love you. Holy moly, me oh my, you're the apple of my eye. I swear I never loved no one like you. Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I scream into nothingness. There ain't nothing that I need. Hot and heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate candy, Jesus. I ain't never seen no one like you. Home, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Home, let me go home. Home is where I'm alone with you. I follow you into the park, through the jungle, through the dark. I've been everywhere with you. Boats and boats and waterfalls, alleyways and payphone calls. I'll go anywhere with you. And we laughed until we think we die, barefoot on a summer night. Everything is sweeter with you. In the streets we'll run free like it's only you and me. Geez, you're something to see. Home, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Home, let me go home. Home is where I'm alone with you. Home, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Home, let me go home. Home is where I'm alone with you. I'm going to take a second to retune since it's warming up. Rock on, gold dust woman, take your silver spoon, dig your grave. Hardest challenge, pick your path and I'll pray for you. You wake up in the morning, see your sunrise, lover go down. Lousy lovers, but they never cry out loud. does she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Is it over now? Do you know how to pick up the pieces and go? Where does she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Now tell me, is it over now? Do you know how to pick up the pieces and go? Go home. Rock on, ancient queen, follow those who pale in your shadow. Rulers make bad lovers, you know you better put your kingdom up for sale. Where does she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Is it over now? Do you know how to pick up the pieces and go? Where does she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? And now tell me, is it over now? Do you know how to pick up the pieces and go? Ooh, pale shadow of a woman, black widow. Ooh, pale, pale shadow, she's a dragon, gold dust a woman. Ooh, pale, pale shadow of a woman, gold dust a woman. Where does she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Is it over now? Do you know how to pick up the pieces and go? Go home. Go home. Go home. Now here you go again, you say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. Listen carefully to the sound of loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. What you had, and what you lost, and what you had, ooh, what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. A set of women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. You will know. I go again, I see crystal visions. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams and have you any dreams you'd like to sell. Dreams of loneliness like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had, and what you lost, and what you had, oh, what you lost. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. I said women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. You will know. You will know. You will know. You will know. Oh, you'll know.
Thank you.
When I was younger, I saw my daddy cry and curse at the wind. He broke his own heart and I watched as he tried to be a simple lad. And my mama swore she would never let herself forget. That was a day that I promised I'd never sing of love if it does not exist. But darling, you are the only exception. 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 And maybe I know somewhere deep in my soul that love never lasts. And we've got to find other ways to make it alone, or keep a straight face. And I've always lived like this, keeping a comfortable distance. Up until now I had sworn to myself that I'm content with loneliness, because none of it was ever worth the risk. You are the only exception. 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 And I'm on my way to believing Oh, and I'm on my way to believing. Young boy done you bad, you went and did him wrong. Young boy done you bad, you went and did him wrong. And you got high, oh Lord, and you got high. And you got a bone to pick with me, and I wish you let me be. Ooh, one day when you're looking back, you were young, man, you were sad. When you're young, you get sad. When you're young, you get sad. Then you get high. Oh man, young gal done you bad, she went and did you wrong. Young gal done you bad, she went and did you wrong. And she got high, oh Lord, and she got high. I got a bone to pick with you, and I'm sure you know it's true. Ooh, one day when you're looking back, you were young and man, you were sad. When you're young, you get sad. When you're young, you get sad. You get high. When the night has come and the land was dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't shed a tear just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, won't you stand by me? Oh, won't you stand by me? When the sky that you look upon may crumble and fall, and the mountains may tumble into the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by Oh, won't you stand by me? Oh, won't you stand by me? Give me a new single, make me a new lady. Eat all the candy while you lay with me. Gonna know all the words before you're singing back at you while you try to knock all the world right on. We're so happy to be listening to our radio, our stereo, while the world melts on down. We're so happy to be listening to our radio. Break it on down slow, slave to the radio, to the radio, to the radio. 3.30, slave to the radio. They go there to get you low, to the radio. 3.3, I. Now, don't you look good with your American guy? You're so surprised he likes you, you're so cute and so fly. I got the moves for TV queen and folk girl here in a magazine. They get the truth in a new pop song. Don't you want to sing along? To the radio, slave to the radio, to the radio. 3.3, slave to the radio. They go there to get you low, to the radio. 3.3, I. 3.3, yeah. Highway blues, gasoline fumes, all I seem to make while I'm playing my tunes. I know the rules, I asked for two, but I just keep on yelling, keep on running, never stop. Do you got the moves to make it stick, yeah? To make the clicks, yeah, oh, technically your every move. Can you keep them coming like a machine, yeah? Be your blue jean, yeah. What can we do to get you on the news? Slave to the radio, to the radio, to the radio. 3.3, slave to the radio. They go there to get you low, to the radio. 3.3, yeah, yeah. 3.3, yeah, yeah. 3.3, yeah, 3.3. Thank you. I have one more song for you. I'm going to close on one of my favorite songs to play. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us is only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you will join us, and the world will live as one. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you will join us, and the world will live as one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for attending. We're going to talk about some neurological issues for a few minutes, and if any of you know me, I'm Ken Gross, the Concord director, and I am probably the least qualified person to be sitting here. Luckily, we have some acknowledged experts and people who've really experienced what we're going to speak about. Next to me is Dr. Kate Shetty from Washington University, who's a leading researcher. And of course, Dr. Devlin, I hate the cliche, needs no introduction, but a world-renowned authority on neurological issues and neurological research. And Keith Martin, who's the founder and publisher of Sports Car Market, is here not just because of his automotive expertise, but Keith suffered a stroke a few years ago, has made a remarkable recovery, and that's part of what we'll talk about. So to start off for just a moment, I'm certain that many of you don't even know perhaps the difference between a heart attack and a stroke. So I'd like Dr. Devlin to give us a quick definition, and then we'll start by talking about why we're in the stroke belt and what that means. Sir.
Well, it's a tremendous honor to be here in front of you all today again. I work with the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, and I think everybody knows that we're very, very fortunate this year again to be the beneficiary of this incredible world-class event. And we're here to talk a little bit about what we do with that money and the tremendous impact that everybody at the Motorcar Festival has by contributing and supporting the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation. And I'm particularly excited that Dr. Kate Shetty, who is both a medical doctor and a PhD researcher, is here to join us to talk about who is at her institution one of the institutions that receives a good part of the money that we get every year from you. We're going to talk about what that, where that goes to. And before we talk about heart disease versus stroke, I would be remiss if I don't put my arm around my dear friend Keith over here, who's an amazing man who has tremendous insight into the whole neurologic disease spectrum, having had a neurologic event. He's one of the most articulate spokesmen about how it can affect your life, how it changes your life of not only the patient, the family. So we'll have some time. We definitely have to get and talk to Keith. But when it comes to heart disease versus stroke, very simply, you know, the American Heart Association did a study a couple years ago, and what they found was only about 3 out of 10 people realized that a stroke was actually a brain problem. The rest of everybody else thought that stroke was a primary heart problem. So while stroke is sometimes due to a heart condition, it's actually due to a blocked artery in the brain. Now, there's really 2 types of strokes. One is a thrombotic stroke, and one's called an embolic stroke. So a thrombotic stroke is where plaque builds up in the artery of the brain due to hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol, etc., sleep apnea. Plaque builds up and the artery pinch is closed. The other type of stroke is an embolic stroke, which is a clot that usually starts in the heart and floats up and goes to the brain, and the artery pinch is closed that way. Now, a heart attack is due to a blockage of an artery in the heart itself, and it's usually not embolic. It's usually not a clot that passes into the vessel. 9 out of 10 times, it's actually plaque buildup in the artery of the heart itself, where the artery pinch is closed. I think what you need to remember is that while these 2 disease entities are different, they're often related, because in a regular heartbeat, for example, such as atrial fibrillation is a heart problem. It's one of the most common causes of stroke because clots can form due to an irregular heartbeat, and the clot can go from the heart up to the brain. And we see this a lot. So there is a brain-heart connectivity, and us as brain doctors, stroke doctors, are working with heart doctors hand in hand, like at CHI Memorial, every day. But the critical thing is this. You have a lot of neurologic disease. If you talk about heart disease, you're talking about the #1 killer of adults in the United States and throughout the world. If you're talking about stroke, you're talking about the #1 cause of adult disability. There's more people in nursing homes due to stroke than due to heart disease. Heart disease is the #1 killer. Stroke is the #1 cause of disability, not only in the United States, but throughout the entire world. So there's a connection there, very much related, and the majority of people that have a stroke don't die from another stroke, they actually die from heart disease. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it does, and I read a very grim statistic that says that in this country, every 33 seconds, someone has a cardiovascular incident of some kind. So it affects everyone.
So at the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, what's terribly important is the money that you're helping us raise goes directly to supporting these horrendous medical conditions, which are really a medical crisis. I will tell you, stroke can happen to anybody at any time, at any age. We see kids that are 12 that have a stroke. We see a bunch of people in their 20s and 30s that have a stroke. So it's a very common condition. Not only like Alzheimer's disease do we need better treatments for stroke, we need better treatments for Alzheimer's disease. We need better treatments for stroke. We need better treatments for heart. But the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation is focused on one thing: new treatments for stroke and new treatments for Alzheimer's disease.
And so perhaps before we learn a little bit about those treatments, Keith could tell us how this has affected his life, how he's made what's really a remarkable recovery, because I think there's a lesson here for everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Ken, and thank all three of you for being here and inviting me to be a part of this. It's an amazing event, and the money that you raise goes to things that affect me and all of us who have had strokes directly. Ken, I had my stroke 5 years ago at 11 in the morning. I was trained as a dancer at Juilliard, and I had just finished my 5K run. And I was taking a shower, and suddenly I started to shake. And the next thing I knew, I was paralyzed and passed out on the floor. So there was no warning. There was no precursor. I mean, in other words, what it taught me was that we cannot take anything for granted in terms of the preciousness of our life. I was fortunate to go right to the Rehabilitation Institute of Oregon, where they have a fabulous stroke rehab program, and I've recovered, I would say, 90. I'll never be able to run again. I'll never be able to drive a stick shift car again, which is even scarier than not running, for a car guy. But I've recovered 90% of all the things I could do, and I'm much more appreciative of all those things than I was before.
So I guess I'd like to ask Dr. Shetty, what's going on to help prevent, and what are we learning that might make the statistic of one person every 33 seconds go away?
I think what we now are understanding is that some of the factors that lead to cardiovascular disease and vascular disease of the central nervous system, the CNS, can be preventable. Hypertension. It is so important to control high blood pressure and to keep that blood pressure down, because that over time leads to an increase in the stiffness, and less blood flow can go through those arteries. And so, and that's, it's an event that occurs over time. So what I'm saying is, if you have high blood pressure, there is time to get that under control. Diabetes, that is also one of the leading causes of stiffened arteries and decreased pliability of the vasculature. And so if you can control the blood sugar and keep the blood sugar under control, that is a preventative mechanism. If you have other cardiovascular conditions, taking care of your heart as best you can to prevent, as Dr. Devlin mentioned, the embolic events, staying on the blood thinners, making sure that your valve function, is adequate. And so I think focusing on the elements that we can control and prevent to keep our vasculature kind of pliable and healthy and functioning as it should, you know, is probably the number one determinant of, you know, avoiding stroke.
So, speaking of which, should we all be getting CT scans? Should everyone have a diagnosis? Do you not wait until this happens to you, or do you try to take preventive measures?
So, you know, Dr. Schwede brings up a great point. The important statistic that everybody should remember about stroke and heart disease is that 80% of this problem is preventable. 80% of the strokes are actually preventable. So what you need to do, number one, is go see your doctor on a regular basis and listen to what they say. So, as Dr. Schwede said, it's a matter of controlling your risk, okay? You can't control your age, you can't control your genetics, but you can control your weight, you can control if you smoke, you can control your blood pressure, you can control your diabetes, you can control your cholesterol with medications, and if you have sleep apnea, if you snore and you're tired in the morning, tired during the day, you have to ask your doctor about sleep apnea because that's another independent risk factor for having a stroke or a heart attack. So the key thing is, what can we do? Keep in mind that obesity is a major, major problem contributing to stroke and heart attack. And in Chattanooga, Tennessee, in regions around this area, we have up to 300% higher incidence of stroke, 300%. We're in the epidemiological hotspot of stroke and heart attack right here. And why is that? We have an enormous amount of obesity, and when does it start? It starts during childhood years. Think about what we eat in this region. You know, we fry everything, including our Oreos, right? These are the things that are the major risk factors. So, see your doctor on a yearly basis, address all these factors, and get them corrected is the best thing to do. Prevention is the treatment here, is the best way to handle it is never to have a stroke. But if you have a stroke, we're working on new and better treatments, not only for the acute stroke that just happened, but also to help facilitate recovery. And the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation is focused on all of these different areas, as we are on Alzheimer's, as we're going to talk about here in a minute.
Dr. Devlin, I have a question. Is there a checklist or it's like if you go to your doctor, is there a list of questions that you should ask your doctor to say, I'm worried about having a stroke? Can we talk about the following things?
Yes. So very simply, and you can easily go online and look up stroke or heart attack risk factors and see what those are. But they are, as I mentioned, what's my blood pressure? Do I have good blood pressure is question one. 2, do I have any diabetes or pre-diabetes? Am I at the right weight? Could I have sleep apnea? What should my cholesterol be? Those are the 5 key questions you want to ask. And don't forget about sleep apnea, because we know the sleep is terribly important. It's important not only from a stroke standpoint, it also seems to be critical on the Alzheimer's front, and we'll talk about that in a moment. So those are the key things. Thank you for asking.
So Alzheimer's is something many, many people worry about. Dementia, we all think the older we get, it's just around the corner. For many years, I understand doctors would say, yeah, diagnose and adios. There's not a lot we can do. And today, I think there are changes, right?
Yes, you want to answer?
So we're learning much more about the etiology, how Alzheimer's begins. We're not quite there yet, but we're light years away from where we were even a decade ago. And so for a long time, we've known that the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease in the brain is due to amyloid plaques and intracellular neuritic tangles. This is what we can see. This was described 100 years ago by Alois Alzheimer, who diagnosed the first patient in the early 1900s. And so probably about 40 years ago, when Glenner and Wong published the first amino acid sequence of the amyloid peptide, the aggregated protein that we could see in the brain, people have become very focused on how do we remove that plaque, thinking that was the beginning, that was the cause of Alzheimer's, and if we could only remove the plaque, we would cure the disease. Fast forward about 40 years later, we did learn a lot about amyloid beta pathology, and through many, many clinical trials, kind of a trial and error, we have developed drugs that are targeted against this amyloid beta plaque. You may have heard of this as Leqembi, is one of the newer drugs. And so what this is, it's an intravenous infusion, and it does remove plaques. We can see that on PET scans. We can see that when we measure amyloid beta levels in the plasma and the cerebrospinal fluid. It is not a cure. It will slow down the disease modestly, but it is not a cure yet. And so we still have a long way to go, but one of the exciting things about, in particular, the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation is that they are funding the research that is getting at a more fundamental level. How does Alzheimer's begin? And so we're now understanding that the immune function of the brain is critically important in the prevention and modulation of buildup of these toxic proteins, not only in Alzheimer's disease, but in Parkinson's and other diseases, TDP-43 diseases, frontotemporal dementias. There's a lot more to be discovered, but this is groundbreaking research. The therapies are not directed against this yet, but in the next 5 to 10 years, as we learn even more about the critical importance of immune function in the brain and the anatomic pathways that control these immune functions, I do believe that we will have new and better treatments or strategies for prevention, which is really kind of the holy grail of all of those who are working to end disease.
In one of our recent discussions here, you talked about the fact that when a stroke victim comes to a hospital, you have the facility, if they plug into what you're doing, to help them, even though you might be hundreds of miles away. Are you still doing that, and is that a program that we might like to know a little more about?
Yes, and this is something I really enjoy talking about a great deal. So let me touch on a couple very important points and then go back to a couple things that Dr. Schweddy talked about. So the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, I think it's very important that everybody that comes to this really understands how exciting NIF is and all the amazing work that they do to support stroke research. So one of the things that happened in this city, in Chattanooga is an amazing city, is there was a technology called VIS that was launched about 9 years ago. We were the very first city in the world ever to have this technology, and our medical team, which is now at Memorial, helped develop that technology. And what is that? We have the ability, when someone's having a stroke, that while they're on the CT table, all of their brain images get pushed to the cloud, and they get analyzed using artificial intelligence. And if there's a clot that needs to come out, it will, within about 2 minutes, find the clot, and then it sends off basically a fire alarm where all of our phones ring. And it says that the patient is at our center. The patient may be 100 miles from here. I could be on a plane at 40,000 feet with my phone in my hand. I will get the alert. I will see all the brain imaging. I can see what area of the brain is dead, what area of the brain is going to be dead, and then we can rush the patient emergently to surgery. Now, if the patient's 60 miles from here, without this technology, it may take hours and hours and hours to have the radiologist read it, for everybody to figure out what's going on, and to have the patient transported. Now with this new amazing technology that started right here in Chattanooga, we have the ability to make that diagnosis quickly. And why is that important? Well, it's important because there is no more time-sensitive condition in all of medicine than stroke. So time is brain. Every minute that the clot goes untreated, you lose about 2 million brain cells, 120 million brain cells per hour, 447 miles of brain fiber every hour. So the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation just funded the largest study in the history of stroke using this technology, this artificial intelligence, technology showing the clinical benefit, overwhelming clinical benefit of this technology. And I'm very proud to say that what started here in Chattanooga has now gone worldwide. Now a $6 billion company, and the only thing I know that came out of Chattanooga that's had more benefit or more profitability or more widespread impact, I suspect, is Coca-Cola. So this is a great thing, and this is exactly what NIF does, is it funds these clinical trials to show the benefit, and we do it separate and independent from industry, so there is no industry contamination. But let's get back to your question for a second, which is so important about this Alzheimer's disease. So we do have some new treatments for Alzheimer's disease, as Dr. Schwabe talked about, but let's not get too excited about these. First of all, you have to ask yourself, why have so many people pulled their money out of Alzheimer's research over the last 5 years? The federal government puts about $4 billion of research a year into Alzheimer's. Industry over the last number of years has put in about $42 billion, not to mention all the other money that the American Alzheimer's Disease Society has. And what have we gotten for it? We have gotten a couple new drugs, like lecanemab, and a couple other drugs which are given intravenously. The problem is these drugs have very limited benefit, and they have significant dangers, and they're enormously expensive. Why haven't they been the holy grail to treatment? Why have they been not that effective? And what we've come to realize is two things, unfortunately. One, we don't really have a good understanding of the cause of Alzheimer's disease, the fundamental problem. There's a lot talked about amyloid plaque buildup, but that's only one aspect of it. And that does not appear to be the main problem. The other problem that you may have read about, very unfortunately, and I say this terribly unfortunately, both with Dr. Schwabe and myself being both medical doctors and PhD scientists, is it's come to the world's attention that there's been a lot of fraud in the Alzheimer's research that's gone on, and this has been written all in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. You just Google it and you'll see it. So, and unfortunately, the fraud in some of these early studies was the basis to a lot of the drugs that have been today developed. Now, let me tell you where things get exciting. Where things get exciting is where Dr. Schwabe comes from, which is Washington University. So what NIF does is we have a team of doctors and scientists that look all around the United States, all around the world, for what we think are these centers that are on the verge of major breakthroughs. And to a certain extent, this relies on having a much deeper scientific understanding of what the problem is. If you look at the incredible research that's come out, I'm a PhD neuroscientist. When I was in graduate school, I was taught things about the brain, for example, that there was very limited immunology in the brain, that the brain had no what is called lymphatic systems, which is a draining of all of the bad aspects of the brain, all of the deleterious chemicals. We didn't think there was any way in which the brain really carried that out through a lymphatic system like you have in your legs and your arms. At Washington University, they discovered for the first time a whole drainage system that the brain has its own lymphatic pathway. And they understand that the problem now appears to be a whole different anatomy of the brain than we even thought existed 5-10 years ago. And this is going to revolutionize our understanding of modern Alzheimer's disease. And these folks, this sort of work being done, really, I believe, is going to be eventually lead to a Nobel Prize in this area of brain science. And the exciting thing is with this new understanding that's coming out of WashU is that now we have the ability to come up with new drugs that really target what the real problem is. And what the real problem is that the egress or outflow, the conveyor belt of getting a lot of the bad chemicals in the brain and proteins in the brain that develop over time is defective. It's the buildup of the amyloid, et cetera, is because there is a defect in the transport of these bad chemicals out of the brain, and it's that buildup that causes Alzheimer's. So you can't just target getting rid of the amyloid, which actually can lead to a lot of bleeding in the brain, which is one of the major complications, but it's actually targeting the mechanisms in the brain that's dysfunctional, and this is what's going to lead to big breakthrough therapy, and this is exactly why our scientific teams at Neuroscience Innovation Foundation have supported the Kipnis Lab, and I do believe you had a great conference recently, the Rethink Neuroimmunology Conference at WashU, just a few weeks ago, to bring people, world experts in all around to WashU to talk about some of these breakthrough ideas. Could you talk a little bit about that conference?
Absolutely. So this brought together over 40 scientists representing most of the continents in the entire world. So scientists from Israel, where Dr. Kipnis originally trained, Europe, Australia, North America, obviously. These are the leading scientists who are investigating this new mechanism of immune function in the brain that has now become a field unto itself. So I'm really here to represent Dr. Yoni Kipnis, who is leading what we call the Big Center, Brain Immunology and Glia. Neuroscience Innovation Foundation sponsored this recent conference. Conferences are so important to bring leading scientists together to discuss their research, to present their research, and to have discussions in real time, just as we can do today, to get the word out, to exchange ideas, to get excited about this revolution in fundamental understanding of how brain diseases develop and how we can target better prevention and treatment.
If you think about the importance of this, because look at the trajectory of where we're going with Alzheimer's. We have 6 million people with Alzheimer's disease in the United States. Over the next so many years,
50 million.
So it is going to be, over the next 20 years, you're going to see almost a doubling of every 20 years or so. It's going to go up and up and up and up. We're already spending a tremendous amount of money yearly for Medicare on Alzheimer's-related problems, and this really is looking at potentially breaking the bank of the American government treating all these patients. Would you agree?
It's unsustainable, and that is why the government, the NIH, has invested so much into Alzheimer's disease, and will continue to do so until we have better understanding, prevention, and treatment.
So, this is a critically important issue. So just as Keith can talk very eloquently about how common stroke is and how it's devastating, we can talk about Alzheimer's disease. There's really no more devastating condition, not only for the patient, but also for the family than these conditions of Alzheimer's disease and stroke. And that's why NIF is really focused on that. Can you talk for a second, Keith, about how stroke has affected not only yourself, but also your whole family? I know you have a young son as well, correct?
I have a 17-year-old son, not so young anymore, 17, and I have a 33-year-old daughter. The major thing the stroke has caused me to do is to notice other people who have rollators and walkers and mobility devices, because they were invisible to me before I had my stroke. But since I've had my stroke, I see them everywhere, and I'm immediately empathetic with them. I ask them how you're doing. I say, gee, you're walking well today. It's caused me to be a part of the larger human cosmos. The other thing I've noticed is that almost no hospitals have ADA-powered doors on their bathrooms. Does your hospital have ADA-powered doors?
Not on all the rooms. No, they do not.
Oh, just
no.
So I have to pick the one.
That's exactly right. If you can get it, it's a
and,
big problem.
And then if I can get in, can I get back out? That's the other question. But I'm just telling you what I've learned is that the world ADA compliant is a very vague phrase.
Insufficient.
And I live in a world of beds that are too high to get into when you're in an ADA room, or chairs that are too low. So I guess what I'm saying is that while I am grateful to be alive and to see my children grow, I'm just aware that those of us who are handicapped face far greater struggles than I was ever aware of.
I have been friends with Keith for over 40 years, and he has a remarkable mind, not just to come up with the concept for a sports car market, but to be on the leading edge of things. And he's been an inspiration to me because we all fear what has happened. And I'm wondering if you would just go one step further. It's probably not just your incredible energy and intelligence, but what did you do? How did you recover? I mean, it's as much mental as physical, and I think people would benefit from knowing that.
That's a good question, Ken. It's not a simple question. I think that you never give up. You never give up. And one of the books I read about stroke recovery said, unless you measure, you never know if you make progress. So every day I walk 2.5 blocks to have breakfast. I time myself every single morning on the walk down and on the walk back. And if the walk takes me it can take me from 8 to 15 minutes, depending on what my condition is. And I don't know what my condition is unless I measure. I can't tell just by feeling. So Ken, what I say is I measure things. I keep notes. How many leg lifts did I do? I also, I'll try to explain this. I also think this stroke could have been a car accident. It could have been many things that caused this. And I think about the image of a three-legged dog, right? A three-legged dog doesn't know he's only got 3 legs, right? He's just doing the best he can with what he has. So what I have to do is say, I don't have a hip flexor muscle that works. Okay, well, I just simply don't have a hip flexor muscle that works. What's my workaround for that? And you just keep constantly, what's the workaround, and how do I define success? My success is being able to be alive and be with my family.
I'd like to ask Dr. Shetty a question as well. I mean, you're a relatively youthful person and very accomplished. Is the medical field, a lot of people are into patient care and so forth, maybe not so much research. Are you finding that you're getting the people that you need to keep the work that you're doing moving forward? Are more people getting into research?
That's a great question. I think mentorship is so important, and finding talented individuals and getting them in the research pipeline as early as possible and showing them that this is a career that is more fulfilling than one could ever imagine. There's many talents out there, there's many intelligences, there's many pathways that folks can take in life. But if research, particularly in terms of medical research, going for cures, helping the human condition, it's just so inspirational. Like, I love going to work every day. I'm so grateful for my colleagues. I'm grateful to be at Washington University. And without funding, from institutions like Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, from the federal government, from other institutions, from anyone who is interested in helping us work towards preventions and cures and better understanding of improving human health. Anyway, I'm just grateful to be in the field that I'm in, to try and make a contribution, and I'm so grateful to the people that take an interest and help support our work every day.
Well, I'd like to ask Dr. Devlin, there's so many aspects of this that we could talk about, and I know we haven't touched on some of them. What have we missed in our remaining, say, 10 or 15 minutes? What would you like to say here, and what could help us learn even more about the subject?
So first of all, I absolutely loved your last question. So let me address that. So you have to keep in mind, we're talking about 2 of the most serious illnesses of all of medicine, stroke and Alzheimer's disease. We do not have good cures for either one. So currently we have one drug to treat stroke if someone's having a stroke, and that's a clot-busting medicine. We can only give it up to 4.5 hours after onset of symptoms. We need a much longer drug that can be given up to 24 hours, okay, or longer. We have not a single drug to actually help somebody that's, say, 6 months to 5 years after their stroke. Not a single drug. We're working on those drugs as well. It's terribly important that people understand that in Chattanooga, we're not only involved in the research, we are one of the leading research centers in the world on designing those new drugs for stroke, both acute stroke and long-term stroke recovery. So that's on the drug side. But even this fancy intervention business where you put a clot from your heart up to the brain, where we go in and grab the clot and pull it out, okay, the reality is very sexy stuff. We had a major role in launching all those technologies, but less than 50% of people actually have a good neurologic outcome if we pull a clot out of your head. And we need better treatments for that as well. NIF is very focused on helping design new treatments to make those outcomes better. But I want to get back to this question that Ken just asked, is about the basic scientist. There is not a day that I go to work that I don't come home feeling that I did something good. I touched the patient's life, I helped some patient, I sat and I had a conversation, but the big discoveries do not come out of my clinical practice. The big discoveries that are going to change the world come out of places like Washington University, and they come out of the basic science laboratories. And let me tell you, that is really, really hard work that they're doing. Because they can spend years sometimes and find out that they went down a blind pathway. They could do experiments for months and find out that they ran into a dead end. They have to rethink this. It is our job at NIF to hold these people up. These guys are doing God's work, and it is really hard. And what we get so excited about is, while we're not able to give millions and millions and millions of dollars to them, we're able to give them a fair amount of money, but the money that we give them, unlike the government, has no strings attached. We give them the money and we say, you do with it whatever you think best. And that allows them to use that money very creatively in ways where they can take chances with things that they normally can't do with government money, because they have to always show a benefit with the government money. And the key thing is, we tell them just exactly how important they are and just exactly how excited we are about the work that we are doing. And if you want to have a cure for Alzheimer's disease for your family member, or for stroke for your family member, we have got to hold labs up like the amazing scientists that they are, because that's where the big discoveries are going to come. And it is really hard work. And there's not that many people in the world that have the talent or the tenacity to do what they're doing. And I know that you understand exactly what I'm talking about. You want to say anything about that? Because you see both sides. You're both a doctor and you're also a PhD scientist. Tell us about that.
Okay. So, Dr. Devlin, I think what you said about, one can spend years in research and have a hypothesis. Science is all about testing hypotheses. And at the end of the day, we kind of mention, these several high-profile labs that have maybe, been, caught manipulating images to get their publications out. So fraud exists, but science is self-correcting. So at the end of the day, the truth is always going to come out. And sometimes that does take years, but the truth will come out. And I think, the persistence, like you mentioned, that the never giving up, the idea that as long as we're testing hypotheses and holding true to the scientific method, that eventually we are going to discover the etiology of Alzheimer's, which will lead to a cure someday, or prevention, or better understanding. We can list off, the hundreds of prizes that have been given, by the Nobel Foundation, by the Lasker Foundation, by, all these different, advances where, the discovery of insulin. Now it's so common. We know, treat diabetes, you give people insulin. That was not known before the 1920s. That was a revelation. Penicillin. Everybody who takes a Z-Pack, You know, everybody's had an infection before. Everyone's taken antibiotics. That was not known before the 1930s, and that was an accidental discovery, in fact. And so having faith in the scientific method, hypothesis testing, and having the persistence, you know, and the intelligence and the creativity and the funding, it will get us there eventually.
Exactly. So to answer your question, Ken, I think what I'd like everybody to know is you need to know that Bill Gates pulled a lot of his money out of Alzheimer's research. And why did he do it? Because he said, we've put a ton of money in, everybody's put a ton of money in, billions of dollars, and what have we gotten for it? He wants to see a return on his investment. And with NIF, we take a different approach. What we do is sometimes you can do more with $300,000 by giving it to the right place than taking $300 million and giving it to the wrong place. So with NIF, we have what we call curative philanthropy, where we really focus on where is the areas that we put this money we think is going to have the biggest bang for its buck. To answer your question, everybody needs to understand that what we're looking for is support so we can support the centers that we think are going to have the biggest bang for the buck. Let me just ask you, for a show of hands, how many people in the audience has had somebody in their family, a grandparent, a spouse, whatever, been touched by Alzheimer's disease or stroke in the past? Now look around, okay? So this is a big problem that we all face, and it can happen to anybody at any age, at any time. And I think, you know, Chattanooga is a giving city. This is an amazing city, and it's a city that's built on philanthropy. And with that, we've changed the world in a number of different ways. And I think this is a great example how Chattanooga punches much above its belt. Look at the Motorcar Festival. I mean, who has a Motorcar Festival like this in a city of this size? Thank you to Byron DeFore and Ember Suchet, yourself, and Keith Martin, who's been a great spokesman. And I think, you know, let's turn to Keith for a second, simply because he has the most insight about how stroke can really affect people's lives. I think people do not begin to understand how stroke and Alzheimer's affects people's lives unless you've been through it. What are your thoughts about that, Keith?
Well, I would like to issue the two of you a challenge, because I have found the greatest lack and greatest need in my stroke recovery is there's no stroke advocate for me, no physiatrist, no one I was having some plumbing done to my house, and the plumber said, have you ever thought about getting an ADA toilet? And I said, what's that? And he said, that's a taller toilet. Well, I didn't know that existed. And when I was released from Rio into the skilled nursing facility, they couldn't come and look at my condo because it was outside the 2-mile radius that they were allowed to go to inspect to see whether my wheelchair would fit through the doors. Right? There's no. I've got a neurologist that I talk to, but there's nobody who says, "Are you getting counseling? How are you feeling about your sense of loss? How is your medication? Can you get around that?" And I'd like to issue both of you a challenge that there somehow be a focus on your personal stroke recovery advocate.
Keith, that's a great idea, and there are models for that exist in the oncology world. I'm thinking of the nurse navigators that help cancer patients through their entire journey, and they'll see to those things. So I think that's a fabulous idea, and I'm going to take it back to our neurologist. Our chair of neurology, Jin-Moo Lee, is a very active stroke researcher and
I'll sign up.
So fabulous idea. Thank you for communicating.
So here's what I would say to you there, Keith. So there is not a better spokesman for this issue than yourself nationally, because I talk to people all over, number one. Number two, people do need to realize, I'll put a plug in for my hospital, CHI Memorial is part of what's called Common Spirit. Common Spirit is the second largest healthcare system in the United States behind HCA. At Common Spirit, we're over 200 healthcare systems throughout the United States, some of the best healthcare systems in the world, including the Barrows Neurologic Institute, Baylor, et cetera. And we are all linked together under one program called the Neuroscience Collaborative that I run. We recently just initiated a new project with a company called Can Do, and they are specifically focused on putting in pathways to help people that have had a stroke navigate the next months and years dealing with exactly those issues. Hospitals don't do a good job at this. They do a terrible job because they just focus on the acute side. What we're doing is nationally now, we're bringing Can Do in to partner with them with a national contract to be able to provide those services. But I know they don't have a spokesman like you to work with them to help us launch this national campaign. So I understand your point very well. I understand your points better than I would like to understand them. Believe me, I do. And I would love to reach out to you and have you work with us on this national campaign. But it has to happen from the top down. It has to come from national healthcare systems, okay? Not just a little hospital in Chattanooga. It's got to come nationally, and then it has to be promulgated across the United States. So I think your words and your thoughts could have tremendous impact if you're willing to work with us. And I'd love to parlay all those introductions.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be more than pleased to do that.
Thank you. Keep in mind, we have a wonderful website called the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation website, which is neurofdn.com. Pretty much anything we've talked about today on the science side, Alzheimer's, stroke, all the work we've done with the Kipnis labs, watching lectures, you'll see wonderful overviews of the program, the Rethink Neuroimmunology conference that you had 2 weeks ago, about the artificial intelligence programs. We talk, all of it's on the website. So please join us at neurofdn.com. And if anybody has any questions for us, we're here afterwards, and we're always available to talk with you about anything you want to talk about, except if you want to talk about cars, you got to go talk to Keith or Ken, because these guys are the world experts here.
So, Dr. Devlin, you asked for a show of hands a few minutes ago about people who've been affected, someone in their family with stroke or Alzheimer's. So, in August, my son Jeremy, 54 years old, had a massive stroke, and at the hospital they told us, and my brother was there to read all the scans, there's really no hope. Jeremy was an organ donor, so they kept him on life support for nearly 3 days, and they had a major operation when they took him off. People check the boxes on your license, organ donor. You never really think of what it means. And I can tell you what it means is a highly skilled team of people who got together to arrange for recipients to come to the hospital in Boston so that when they did take Jeremy off life support, they were ready to go with operations. We have already heard from the recipient, the liver recipient, that he's alive. And so Jeremy lives as a result of this. So with everything that Drs. Devlin and Chetty have asked in terms of support, there's another aspect of all this, and while it's tragic, we are comforted by Jeremy's gifts. So with that note, thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Chetty. Thank you, Dr. Devlin. Keith, always appreciated. As Dr. Devlin said, they will be here if someone wants to come up with a question. This part of what motivated me to help Byron was when he said all the proceeds go for research, for neurological research, and that was 5 years ago, and I'm in and want to help, and thank you all so much for what you do and what you'll continue to do. Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matt Hicks. I'm going to sing you some tunes. Hopefully we'll find something that you like today.
Call the rising sun, and it's paying the ruin of many a trouble. And God, I know I won. Oh, my mother was her tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans, and my father was a gambling man way down in New Orleans. And the only thing that a gambler needs is a suitcase and his son. And the only time that he's satisfied is when he's on the drum. Oh, mother, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spit your lies and Satan and misery in the house of the rising sun. I got one foot on this platform and the other foot on the train. I'm going back to New Orleans just to wear that ball and chain. There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's paying the ruin of many poor boys. In God I know I won. In God I know I won.
Hey, thank you.
West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old, babe, older than the trees, stronger than the mountain, blowing like a breeze. Country roads take me on to the place I belong. It's Chattanooga, Mountain Mama, take me on country road. All my memories gather around her, miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky, misty taste of moonshine, teardrops in my country roads, take me on to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me on country road. I hear a voice in the morning hours, she calls me. Radio reminds me of my own far away. Driving down the road again, feeling I should have been home yesterday. Hear a voice in the morning hours, she calls me. Radio reminds me of my own far away. Driving down the road again, feeling I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country road, take me on to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, take me on. Country road. Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Matt. I hope you're having a wonderful time here at this event. I like to sing some songs that are just usually familiar tunes to the general public, to everybody, such as yourselves. I'll be singing through some of that stuff. Hope you like what you're hearing. If you do, check that out on Instagram. My username there is Matt Chew Hicks. You can find Spotify music at Matt Hicks. Let's keep singing. Stuck on you, got a feeling down deep in my soul that I'll never learn. Guess I'm on my way. Needed a friend, should have known you'd be right there with me till the end. Guess I'm on my way, mighty glad. Stuck on you, been a fool for far too long. guess it's time to come home. Guess I'm on my way. Needed a friend, should have known you'd be right there with me till the end. Guess I'm on my way. Well, I'm leaving on that midnight train tomorrow. And I know where I'm going. Packed up my troubles and throw them all away. Cause this time, little darling, I'm coming on to stay. Mighty glad you stayed. Stuck on you, been a fool far too long. I guess it's time to come home. Guess I'm on my way. It's so hard to see that a woman like you will wait around for a man like me. Guess I'm on my way. Midnight train tomorrow, and I know where I'm going. Packed up my troubles and I throw them all away. Cause this time, little darling, I'm coming on to stay. I'm stuck on you, and a feeling out in my soul I'll never lose. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Thank you. How's everybody feeling today? The weather's perfect, I feel like, just about. Blue sky, pretty cars, pretty people, smiling faces. I'm happy to be here. Again, my name is Matt Hicks. You can find me on Spotify. Just looking up Matt Hicks. There's me, and there's another guy. He looks more like a doctor, I would say, but he's also a really good singer and musician. And I'm going to be singing some tunes, hopefully, that you like. I'm going to try to keep it in the realm of feel-good afternoon music. Hopefully, we'll find some more you like. Check, 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 just a little bit more with me. I mean, help me out. Keep me from having to scream it out. Hey, I hear myself just a tiny little bit more. Check, 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 check. Sounds good to me. I could take a little bit less of the guitar, if that helps. Because I got a lot of that and not as much voice. Maybe we'll get it in just a minute or so. Day after day, I'm more confused. I look for the light through the pouring rain. Know that's a game I hate to lose. I'm feeling straight, it ain't a shame. So give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Drift away. You didn't think I'm wasting time. I don't understand the things I do. The world outside seems so unkind. Counting on you to carry me through. So give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. Lost in the rock and roll, drift away. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in the rock and roll and drift away. Won't you take me down? 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 Won't you take me? Yeah. Won't you take me down? When my mind is free, no melody can soothe me. When I'm feeling blue, guitar's coming through to soothe me. Thanks for the joy you've given me. I want you to know I believe in your song, your rhythm and rhyme and your harmony. You help me along, making me strong. So give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll, drift away. Soul, I wanna get lost and rock and roll and drift away, drift away. Hey, thank you. That's perfect, man. I appreciate that. There we go. Gonna put the world away for a minute, pretend I don't live in it. Sunshine will wash my blues away. I had sweet love but lost it. She got too close so far, now I'm lost in the world trying to find me a better way. Wishing I was knee deep in the water somewhere, a blue sky breeze and it don't seem fair. Not a worry in the world, is the tide gonna reach my chair? Sunrise is a fire in the sky, never felt so happy, never felt so high. And I think I might have found me my own kind of paradise. Wrote a note, said be back in a minute. Bought a boat and I sailed off in it. Don't think anybody's gonna miss me anyway. Mine's on a permanent vacation. Ocean is my only medication. My condition ain't ever gonna go away. And that champagne shore washing over me. It's a sweet, sweet life, living by the salty sea. One day you could be as lost as me, or change your geography. Maybe you might be on that champagne shore washing over me. It's a sweet, sweet life, living by the salty sea. One day you could be as lost as me, or change your geography. Maybe you might be wishing you was knee deep in the water somewhere, blue sky breeze and it don't seem fair. Not a worry in the world, is the tide gonna reach our chair? Sunrise, there's a fire in the sky, never felt so happy, never felt so high. And I think I might have found me my own kind of paradise. Come on in, the water's nice, grab yourself a little slice, grab a pack bag of lies you never know until you try. When you lose yourself, find the key to paradise. Thank you. Again, I hope everybody's feeling wonderful today. My name is Matt Hicks. Here's a song that I really like by a guy named Amos Lee. I am at ease in the arms of a woman. Although now most of my days spent alone, thousand miles from the place I was born. When she wakes me, she takes me back home. Most days I've spent Oh, I know there ain't nothing out there I'm still afraid to turn on the light. In the arms of a woman, although now most of my days are spent alone. 1,000 miles I was born. When she wakes me, yeah, when she wakes me, when she wakes me, she takes me back. Thank you. My buckle makes impressions on the inside of her thigh. There are little where we tussle through the night. If I know she was religious, then I wouldn't left King Stone to the house. Such a name, too messed up to get back. That them things are bad for you. Too many folks warn me there've been several people try up till now. Ain't been nothing that I couldn't leave behind. Hold me close, my dear. Sing your western song softly in my ear. I will sing along. Honey, tell me I love you. sing your whispering song, softly in my ear. I will sing along. Honey, tell me ain't love running true? I can always count on you. Be there when the bullets fly. Run across the river to hold you tonight. Thank you, back there. I appreciate you. Well, I still hope everyone is having a wonderful afternoon. I hope the music is adding to your experience here today in downtown Chattanooga. My name again is Matt Hicks. If you like what you're hearing, you can find some more on Instagram at the username at Matt Shoe Hicks. Also on Spotify, you can find me just at my name, Matt Hicks. I'll keep singing through some tunes, hopefully that you enjoy. Heard there was a secret chord David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, major lift, the baffled key, composing hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Baby, I've been here before. I know this room and I've walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew you. I've seen your flag on the marble arch, but love is not a victory march. It's a cold and a broken hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew you. She tied you to a kitchen chair and she broke your throne, cut your hair and from your limbs she drew the hallelujah. Hallelujah. Did my best, I know it wasn't much. I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I've told the truth, I didn't come here to fool you. Even though it all went wrong, I'll stand before the God of song with nothing on my breath. But hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that you like that. We'll do a little bit of dynamic there. We'll go from that, we'll cheer it up a little bit. Some people, they love that song, they think it's beautiful. Some it's a person. Just like to mix it up. Hopefully find some music that you're enjoying today. Awesome. Again, my name is Matt. I appreciate those enthusiastic yeses. I hear them, even from up here. Makes it so much better. My whole goal here today is just to make you feel a little bit better while we're singing and you're enjoying the sunshine, looking at some nice cars, maybe eating some nice food at some of the available locations to do so. This is going to be probably completely different than that vibe. That's okay. Cooking in the microwave. Got a 3-day beard I don't plan to shake. It's a goofy thing, but I just gotta say, hey, I'm doing think I'll make me some homemade soup. Feeling pretty good, and that's the truth. It's neither drink nor drug and do. As long I'm doing all right. And it's a great day to be alive. I know my sun's still shining when I close my eyes. Been some hard times in the neighborhood. Oh, I can't every day be just as good. It's been 15 years since I left home. Said goodbye to every seed I sown. Giving my best and then I left them alone. Lord, I hope they're doing all right. Look in the mirror and what do I see? Lone wolf staring back at me. Long in the tooth but harmless as can be. Lord, I hope he's doing all right. And it's a great day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. Been some hard times in this neighborhood. Oh, I can't every day be just as good. Sometimes it's lonely, sometimes it's only me. In the shadows that fill this room, sometimes I'm falling, desperately calling, howling at the moon. Well, I might go get me a new tattoo. Take my Harley for a 3-day cruise. Might even grow me a Fu Manchu. 'Cause it's a great day to be alive. I know my sun's still shining when I close my eyes. Been some hard times in the neighborhood. Oh, I can't every day be just this good.
Hey, thanks, friend. I appreciate that. See if we can't make this happen. They have a whole lot more people playing this song when they do it. I'm gonna try my best.
Powder beach under my feet has got me rolling. Breeze of crackling leaves like a daytime campfire burning. The ship is off to sea and the wake it is churning. As the southern wind sings a Carolina lullaby. Jump right in, let that music pull you in. Jump right in, go and lose yourself again. Southern wind sings again, and I lullaby. There's a place Inside the clouds, a misty mountain. The water from this storm below becomes a blue-green fountain as the southern wind sings again. La-la-la-la-la. As the southern wind sings again. La-la-la-la-la. Jump right in. Let that music pull you in. Jump right in. Go and lose yourself again. Jump right in. Hey, hey. Let that music pull you in. Jump right in. Go and lose yourself again. As the southern wind sings again. La 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 la. You can find me where that music meets the ocean. If you get in the notion, stop on by and play a while. It's a simple tool to get your love light flowing. Keep your heart wide open, disappear just like the tide. Let it float on by. Jump right in. Let that music pull you in. Jump right in. Hey, yeah. Go and lose yourself again. Jump right in. Let that music pull you in. Jump right in. Yeah. Go and lose yourself again. Southern wind sings again. Yes. Thank you, friend. I saw you dancing. That encourages me. Hey, my name is Matt. I hope that you're having a wonderful, beautiful day. It is glorious outside right now. The sun is shining perfectly. The sky is blue. There's a light breeze. A lot of you have shade if you like it. It's all good things. All good things. Again, my name is Matt Hicks. I hope that you're enjoying the music. It's adding to your afternoon. You can find more on Spotify at the username there, Matt Hicks. I'm also on Instagram. My username there is, it's basically Matthew Hicks, but there's a C before the H in Matthew because somebody already had that as their username. We'll continue in just a moment. It's one you can't keep. Oh, beautiful stranger, you're like an angel.
sit next to me. We'll find a slow song to taste, and strangers are no longer will be. So beautiful stranger, so lovely tonight. Could that be my future? Did I see in your eyes take me to heaven? Do as you please. Beautiful stranger, you're like an angel to me. Oh, beautiful stranger, you're like an angel to me.
Hey, thank you. Dude, that is such a cool car. Let's mix it up a little bit more here. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions had an echo, so much space. You were out there without care. I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. And I hope that you were having the time of your life. Oh, but you better think twice. That's my only advice. Yeah. Come on now, who do you think you are? Ha ha ha. Bless your soul. You really think you're in control? I think you're crazy.
And it's no coincidence that I have come. I can dial it under. Baby, I'm crazy. Baby, you're crazy. Baby, we're crazy. Probably. Baby, I'm crazy, yeah. Baby, we're crazy. Baby, we're crazy, yeah. Probably.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Just a little bit of improv on some of that. Hey, again, I hope that you're having a wonderful afternoon. My name is Matt. Hopefully it sounded okay for you and that you're enjoying it. If you are, you can catch me sometimes around town. I play in different places. If you'd like to be able to find that to be more exact, if you follow my Instagram page, you can find little flyers that I make on my phone that'll say, hey, I'm playing over on the Walnut Street Bridge, as long as we still have it before they begin to make the repairs. I also sing from time to time here at the Westin, at the Indigo, at the Marriott, a couple other places, restaurants, bars. You can find all that information on Instagram at my username at Matthew Hicks. And I got some music that has been recorded, and it's up there on Spotify under Matt Hicks, so feel free to go check that out. I try to play all kinds of different music when I'm with so many different people, because I never know exactly what everybody would like to hear. Hopefully I've found some stuff today that you have enjoyed. I got a few more songs, at least I think. I'll keep on singing and hopefully you like it.
I'm alone. Skin chilled me to the bone. Well, you turned and you ran. Slid right from my hand. Move on like tears on a river, push
on a shove, don't mean much. Sugar on a jack, match on a fire, cold on ice, dead man's touch. Whisper on a screen, never change a thing, doesn't bring you back. It's like you on blind. Lying low, but now I see true lies and death between. Wrong can be undone. Right forever your time. Oh yeah, yeah. Move on back, tears on a river, Sean Shove don't mean much. Sugar on jack, match on a fire, hold on ice, dead man's touch. Whisper on a screen, never change a thing, doesn't bring you back. Move on back, yeah. Hey, tears on a river, fish on a shelf, don't mean much. Sugar on a jack, match on a fire, cold on ice, dead man's touch. Whisper on a scream, never change a thing, doesn't bring you back. Yeah, yeah. Move on back. Whisper on the screen, never change a thing, doesn't bring you back. It's blue on right. Thank you. I appreciate the encouragement. I appreciate that you enjoyed that. My name is Matt. If you like what you hear, go check me out on Instagram. You can find me at the username @MattHughHicks. I also got some free music you can check out on Spotify. I'll keep an eye out for when I'm supposed to be completing. I'll keep going. Hopefully you're enjoying the music. It's a beautiful day outside.
sends the word addiction in certain company. Yes, she tell you she's an orphan after you meet her family. Paints her eyes as black as night now, and she pulls those sheets down tight. Yes, she gives a smile when the pain comes. Ain't gonna make everything alright. She says she talks to angels. Says they call her by name. Yes, she talks to angels. Says they call her by name. Keeps a lock of hair in a pocket. Wears that cross around her neck. And the hair's from a little boy. Cross is someone she has not met. No, night again. Says she talks to angels. Says they call her by name. Says she talks to angels. And they call her by name. She's on an old lover, that I've ever seen. Yeah, that ain't nothing but to me. It's everything. Paints her eyes black as night now. Pulls those shades down tight. Yes, she gives a smile when the pain comes. Ain't gonna make everything alright. Says she talks to angels. They call her by name. Says she talks to angels. Says they call her out by name.
Hey, thanks, friends. I appreciate that.
cool.
I wanna take it anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. Then we can add the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money, and I won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border into the city, you and I can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. See, my old man's got a problem, and living the bottle, that's the way it is. Body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like this. Mama went off and left him. Wanting more from life than he could give. Somebody's gotta take care of him. I quit school and that's just what I did. You got a fast car, fast enough you can fly away. Still gotta make a decision. Leave tonight and live and die this way. I remember when we were driving in your car. Streets so fast, it felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling that I could be someone. Had a feeling that I could be someone. We go cruising, entertain ourselves. Still ain't got no job. I work in the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work, we'll get promoted. We'll move out of this shelter. Buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was gone. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone. Fast car. I got a job that pays all our bills. Stay out drinking too late at the bar. See your friends more than you do your kids. Always hope for better. Always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and I could find it. We move out of this. So take that car and keep on driving. I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling that I could be someone. Oh, that I could be someone. fast enough and fly away. Still gotta make a decision. Leave tonight, live and die this way.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate you for that, Grace. That's very awesome of you. I appreciate you. My name is Matt. Hopefully that you have been enjoying this music today. I got a little distracted in my head for just a minute. Such a beautiful day, so much going on, the hustle and bustle at the car show. Hopefully you've seen some really nice cars and will continue to do so. I thought fast car was kind of appropriate with that. Again, if you like what you've heard, go check me out on Instagram. Username there is Matt Hugh Hicks. I've also got a Spotify page where I've got some recordings of me singing. You can find my name is Matt Hicks. Just type it in the search window. You should be able to find me there. All right, I think this will be my last song. I think, with the time that we've got. I'm not sure. That's kind of what I was checking out. Sorry about that. Just to confirm, this will be the last song, yes?
My schedule says you have 30 minutes.
Perfect. We'll keep on singing then. Wasn't sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Maybe I came on too strong. Maybe I've waited too long. Maybe I played my cards wrong just a little bit. Baby, I apologize for it. I could fall, I could fly here in your airplane. I can live, I could die, hanging on the words you say. I belong to give my all, jumping in harder than 10,000 rocks on the lake. Don't call me baby unless you'll be there. Don't tell me you need me if you don't believe it. Let me know the truth before I die. life of the world, there's no other girl like you. Hey, what's your history? Do you have a tendency to lead some people on? Because I've heard that you do. I could fall, I could fly, give me your airplane. I could live, I could die, hanging on them words you say. I belong, give my all, lie awake every day. Don't know how much I can take, so don't call me baby unless you mean it. Don't tell me you need me, yeah, yeah. If you don't believe it, so let me know the truth before I dive right into you. Before I dive right into you. I could fall, I could fly, you be your airplane. I could live, I could die, and on those words you say, I've been known to give my all. Sitting back and looking at every mess that I've made. So don't call me baby unless you mean it. Don't tell me you need me if you don't believe it. So let me know the truth before I dive right into you. Before I dive right into you. Before I dive right into you. Before I dive right into you.
Hey, thank you. Also, thank you for the time there. I appreciate that.
Mother Ocean, I've heard you call. Wanted to sail upon your waters since I was 3 feet tall. You've seen it all. You've seen it all. Watch the men who rode you switch from sails to steam, and in your belly you hold the treasure you have ever seen. Most of them dream most of them dream. Yes, I am a pirate, 200 years too late. Cannons don't thunder, there's nothing to plunder. I'm an over 40 victim of fate, arriving too late, arriving too late. I've done my bit of smuggling, I've run my share of grass, made enough money to buy Miami, but I sail away so fast, never meant to last, never meant to last. I have been drunk now for over 2 weeks, passed out and around it and I sprung a few leaks, but I've got to stop the wishing, got to go fishing. I'm down to rock bottom again. Just a few friends, just a few friends. Live for several while, though I ran them away. They come back one day, still didn't manage to smile. Just takes a while, just takes a while. But the Mother Ocean, after all the years I found, occupational hazards being my occupation's just not around. Feels like I've drowned. Gonna head uptown. Feels like I've drowned. Gonna head uptown. Thank you. I hope everybody's still enjoying your afternoon. My name is Matt. I got plenty of music here left up until about 4 o'clock. We'll be playing some tunes, hopefully some stuff that you do like. Again, I try to have it all over the place. If you like what you're hearing, check me out on Spotify. My name there is Matt Hicks. You can find me on Instagram at the username of Matt Chew Hicks. See if I can't get this one going for you. Give me one reason to stay here. I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here. Yeah, I'll turn right back around. Don't want to leave you lonely. No, you gotta make me change my mind. See, baby, I got your number. Oh, well, I know that you got mine. Yeah, baby, I got your number. Yeah, yeah, and I know that you got mine. Yeah, you know that I called you, called one too many times. Said, give me one reason to stay here, yeah. I turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, yeah, and I turn right back around. Said I don't want to leave you lonely, no, you gotta make me change my mind. I don't want no one to squeeze me, it might take my life away. Said I don't want no one to squeeze me, no, it might take my life away. Just want someone to hold me, yeah, and rock me through the night. And give you what you need. Says either you for I can love you, yeah, and give you what you need. I'm too old to go around chasing you, wasting my precious energy. Says give me one reason to stay here, yeah, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, I'll turn right back around. Said I don't want to leave you lonely, no, you gotta make me change my mind. Don't want to leave you lonely, no, gotta make me change my mind.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Might know this one.
Used to spend my nights out in a barroom. Liquor was the only love I'd ever known. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom, brought me back from being too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Your heart is sweet as strawberry wine. Your heart is warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your tongue all the time. I've looked for love in all the same old places. It seems that the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But if you poured out your love, I wouldn't waste it. No, no, no. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. Yeah, 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 you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Your heart is sweet as strawberry wine. I stay strong on your love all the time. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, again, friends, I hope that you have been enjoying the music. Again, my name is Matt Hicks. I got like 2 more songs I'm going to sing for you. And we'll turn it back over after that. If you like what you've been hearing, please follow me on Instagram. The username there is Matthew Hicks. It's just like Matthew Hicks, but there's a C before the H because somebody already had Matthew Hicks as their username. And on Spotify, you can just find me by typing in Matt Hicks. I've got a few songs up there, some covers of some well-known tunes, hopefully that you like. Go check that out.
Listen to the engines moaning out that one-note song. You think about the woman, the girl you knew the night before. But your thoughts will soon be wandering the way they always do when you're riding 16 hours and there's nothing much to prove. You don't feel much like riding, you just wish the trip was through. Here I am on the road again. Here I am upon the stage. Here I go, playing a star again. Here I go. So you walk into the restaurant, strung out from the road. You feel the eyes upon you as you're shaking off the cold. Pretend it doesn't bother you, you just want to explode. Most times you can't hear them talk, other times you can. All the same old cliche, is that a woman or a man? You always seem outnumbered, so you don't dare make a stay. Here I am on the road again. Here I am upon the stage. Here I go, playing the songs again. Here I go, turn the page. Try to get away as the sweat pours out your body like the music that you play. It's later in the evening as you lie awake in bed. Echoes of those amplifiers ringing in your head. Smoke the day's last cigarette, remembering what she said. Here I am on the road again. Here I am upon the stage. Here I go, playing a star again. There I go, turn the page. Here I am on the road again. There I am upon that stage. here I am on the road again. Here I am upon that stage. Here I go, playing the star again. There I go, turn the page.
Thanks, Fred. Appreciate that. Last song. Hey, if you can hear this song, I want to dedicate it to you. This is my hope and wish for you today. My name is Matt Hicks. Again, you have been wonderful. Thank you so much for your encouragement. If you like what you heard, go check me out on Instagram. Check me out on Spotify. Matt Hicks. Here's my last song. It's an old Bob Dylan song. I took and made it my own. I want to dedicate it to you if you can hear it. This is what I wish for you.
May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others and let others do for you. May you build a ladder to stars and climb on every rung. May you stay forever young. May you grow up to be righteous. May you grow up to be true. May you always know the truth and see the light surrounding you. May you always be courageous, stand upright and strong. May you stay forever young. May you stay forever young. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a firm foundation when the wind of changes shifts. May your heart always be joyful. May your song always be sung. May you stay forever young. May you stay forever young. May you stay forever young. May you stay forever young.
Again, thank you so much. My name is Matt Hicks. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hope you have a great rest of this awesome event. And whenever you do leave or depart, wherever you're going, I hope you get there safe and blessed. Thank you so much. I'm Matt Hicks. Go check me out online.
starts by making an impact together, touching lives for the better. It can be the gift of time or treasure, supporting a community through talent without measure. Here, compassion fuels commitment, finding fulfillment through enrichment, serving and improving. What a way to live, and what a gift it is to give. Find your why. Get involved today for a better us.
Chattanooga, also known as the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, episode 6. Come on over to the main entrance to the beautiful Westin Hotel and join us to chat about Porsches, very special Porsches. I hope you're all familiar with Luftgekühlt, which is air-cooled Porsches. Up until the 1990s, that was what you got when you bought Stuttgart's finest. And joining us to talk about it is the man who founded the idea of Luftgekühlt, 17-year American Porsche factory driver, winner of untold number of races, and good buddy of all sorts of actors and famous people for whom he restores and builds cars. Patrick Long, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for coming out.
And once again, my sidekick and constant inspiration. I hope you're not tired of hearing from Bob and David this weekend, because you've got more coming.
Thank you.
I didn't mean that as a compliment.
I won't say a word now.
Okay. Patrick, let's start with you. What was the inspiration for an air-cooled Porsche show?
Well, you know, I started with the company in 2002. I was lucky enough to be selected as a racing driver for Porsche, and I was around all these amazing vintage cars. Actually, the first time I drove an air-cooled vintage car was a 550 Spider, like the one over my left shoulder. And I was absolutely captivated by the experience of driving these cars, the simplicity, how light they were, how agile they were. It took me about a decade to finally purchase my own classic Porsche, and I bought my first vintage 911 and found myself in West LA looking for a place to share stories, to learn, and to get educated. But the biggest piece of the puzzle that was missing was no one wanted to go to a 6:30 a.m. Cars and Coffee in the middle of a strip mall parking lot. And I was going to fix that problem, not as a business, but just so I could get some of my friends and family members that weren't necessarily hardcore car enthusiasts to come out. So we launched our first event in 2014 with a lot of innocence and a lot of passion. And here we are. We just finished up 10 years of it last weekend at Universal Studios. We had 29 different countries in attendance of spectators and enthusiasts, and we've just been trying to keep up with it ever since. But the idea is really to celebrate the heritage of the company and many of the race cars and street cars and personalities that have driven them. So we're happy to be here in Chattanooga. This is a small pop-up of what we do all around the world. This year we were in Poland, Denmark, as well as Hollywood last weekend, and we're excited to be here in Chattanooga.
Yeah, I was chatting with your creative director, Jeff Swart. Jeff's over there on events. If you don't know about Jeff, he is probably the least heralded Porsche racing champion on the planet. Also a very creative guide, commercial director, built the coolest camera car you'll ever see, and it's great to have Jeff here as well. By all means. Now, Patrick, how was Luftgekühlt received at first? I mean, if you went to Porsche and said, here's what I want to do, and what did they tell you?
Good luck.
Right.
No, they said we sell...
Coming out of your pocket, dude. Go.
We sell new cars, but we will support you guys in your ideas. And, you know, PCNA and Dave Engelman, the first time I picked up the phone, they sent a beautiful 930 Turbo. So I've been grateful. The whole team has been grateful for Porsche's support. Porsche Classic sells so many parts through their dealership network and some of their distributors to keep these cars on the road. And that's something they really pride themselves in, is just how many classic Porsches are still owned and operated. And there's a whole parking lot of them over there, if you haven't seen it, in the church parking lot just behind. So that's the fun. These cars have a pretty simple mechanical DNA, and the parts are readily available, and they're fun to drive. So it's been great that Porsche's encouraged us. We were 2 weeks ago in Stuttgart to do something of a similar scale to this with their brand store in Stuttgart. Jeff was over there with the team. I was in Sonoma racing and goofing off with Mr. Dempsey, but it's just been fun to be a sort of a mini agency and to try to tell stories and source cars and connect all the dots of just how much legacy there really is.
Excuse me. I've been around collectible and classic cars long enough with Barrett Jackson and the GAA auctions, so on. I know it's a very people-oriented business to get these kinds of cars and fill a parking lot with these classics. you got to get to know people. You got to find out where the cars are. You got to convince them to bring them out and show them off. How has that process gone for you?
Yeah, again, it started out as just a humble idea, but I think the unfair advantage is in motorsport, some of the best mechanics that I was shoulder to shoulder with in Le Mans or Daytona, Sebring, also ran shops, restoration shops, resale shops, were some of the best techs. And so the mechanics and the experts that work on these air-cooled cars spend a lot of their weekends racing. Jeff Schwartz is here, not Jeff Swart, but Jeff Schwartz, and he's another great guy that was a mechanic of mine racing and has helped bring 3 of these long hoods over my left shoulder this weekend. So it's such a tight network. So that was the unfair advantage. But that first event, you know, I called Jeff Zwart and I called Rod Emery and I called all of these icons from Porsche that I knew through racing. The one thing that it recenters on and the way that I know both of you is through motorsports. So I'm very grateful, and it's wild to think how close the worlds are between a classic 356 and a modern Porsche race car that's racing this weekend at the Petit Le Mans just a couple hours up the road.
You have, speaking of restoring cars, building cars, you are now in that business too, right? You're building cars for other people and restoring cars in your shop on top of everything else that you do. I mean, how do you manage your schedule?
Yeah, that's more of a side hustle. It started with, again, the network and a few cars that I've acquired, and then just helping friends from the industry in trying to get them what they're hoping for with their cars. So it's more of an advisory role. I wouldn't say that I'm technically doing anything to those cars. As we learned, racing drivers don't get to touch tools very often because there's too many qualified people around. So anytime a driver walks towards a toolbox, all the mechanics stand in front like they're bouncers. But no, I really do enjoy the process of whatever the owner might want from their car. And the way I look at these cars, you start from the driver's seat and you work your way out. The ergonomics of the car and how they handle, and worry about the aesthetics and the graphics and the wings at the very end. But they really need to, in my opinion, tell the story of authenticity from that period. So I like to celebrate the right tire size and the right rim width, the right seats, and be period correct, but also lean on the new technologies that are available to make it an even better driving experience.
Do you have any other plans for other shows, services, spectaculars for Porsche fans?
Yeah, I think the longer that I focus, and probably 95% of my time these days is on Luftgekühlt and on the back end of production. Jeff Zwart has taught me so much about treating this almost like a film production as far as the many moving pieces to logistics, and planning is where I'm going with this answer. And so, yes, we have our plans for 2025. We haven't announced them yet, but one of the common things that people say to me, especially when we're on this side of the U.S., is bring more Luftgekühlt to the East Coast. So I'll give a little hint that that's what we're working on. But we also have a sister brand called Air Water that celebrates all generations of Porsche, all the way up to modern, but starting with the very beginning. And that was a huge show this year in Orange County that was at the end of April. So I think I'm probably getting out ahead of myself here on the communication side, but I think we'll touch both coasts next year.
Excellent. That's good to hear. David, you are the man of the hour this weekend. You are the Grand Marshal.
That's me.
Right.
Very grand. Especially around the midriff.
I'll let you in a little behind the scenes. When you have someone like David, who's won everything there is to win and has a history going back 30 years, it's not just with Porsche. It's with lots of cars, lots of brands. Of course, the Gulf GT40s and the 917s and Formula 5000 and Can-Am and on and on and on and on and on. He's driven so many cars that lining up cars that he has driven might sound like something that's easy to do. In his case, it has not, because, David, you really didn't drive all that many Porsches.
Only towards the end of my career is when I drove the most Porsches, starting with the 935 behind me, which John Fitzpatrick had. And he got sponsorship from J. David, which was a very good sponsorship for John. Little did we know that our sponsor was going to be behind bars for the next 20 years. But we were
good money from a bad man.
While we were racing these cars, he made sure that John had the very best. And this car behind me, the 935, I had been driving that BMW 320 Turbo with great success in 77, 8, and 9. And then in '81, I drove that dreadful prototype BMW, the March, with the six-cylinder engine, which wasn't very successful. And BMW North America were losing interest in racing at that time. They blow hot and cold. And John asked me to drive with him in this car. And our first race was Daytona, 24-hour, in '82. And I think we were on the front row, right near the front of the field, and it broke fairly early on, which is pretty unlike Porsche. And then we went to Sebring, 12-hour, and John started his car. And that right-hander, before they changed the circuit as much as it did, as you went turn 5, they've got the long right-hander that goes down to the hairpin. And the hairpin then was much more of a hairpin than it is now. And going through the right-hander, the suspension broke and pitched him onto his roof at a fairly high speed. But after that, we had a pretty successful season. We won at Mid-Ohio in this car, and we won the Road America 500, the Pabst 500 at Road America in that car. And we also won in Riverside, which was a very bittersweet victory because we had two cars there. We had this one and the Whale Tail, which Rolf Stoneman and Derek Bell were driving. And unfortunately, Rolf, going down, clipped the wall at turn 7, which is the tight hairpin at the west end, at the east end of the circuit. And he didn't realize that he had undone the latch on the tail. And he got it, and that car going down into turn 9 was probably doing 190. And the tail came off. And he hit the end of the wall and was killed instantly. And to me, it's one of the blackest days of my life because I remember us all, me, Fitz, Tim Schenken as a team manager, Rolf, Derek, all going down to the Howard Johnson's in Riverside and having breakfast. And that was the last time I saw Rolf alive. And John Fitzpatrick, who was a team owner, team manager, and one of the drivers, he had to get out of the car because he had a lot of stuff to do. And Derek Bell jumped in with me, and we won the race. But I mean, as I say, it was one of those wins that you could have done without, really. But this was a very, very successful car. And of course, the next year, '83, we transitioned into the 956, which John had bought, or Jay David had bought for John. And then, of course, the rules changed, and he had a couple of 962s, which we drove a lot in Europe. So from 1982 to my retirement in 1989, I drove a whole bunch of 962s, and including for Reinhold Jost, had some great co-drivers and some shitty luck. And we never won a damn thing. And John had one of the 962s in the Skull Bandit, and we finally wrested the lead from higher in the Yost car at about 6 o'clock in the morning. And a few laps later, it went on to 5 cylinders. And we went in and out of the pits. Then they finally disconnected the fuel injection and took the plug out. And we drove the snot out of it for the last, from 7 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we still came third. It didn't blow up.
Is that a technical term? The snot out of it?
Yes, it's a German term. It's actually it's Snotterstein.
There you go.
The full word is Snotterstein, which is the German.
Now I recognize it.
But we, what caused it, of course, was we had an engine change on the Friday, and as I drove out of pit lane, the throttle stuck wide open. So I went around, of course, it's an 8.5 mile lap, and I went around on the key. So when I got back into the pits, pulled it into the pits, which was a bit difficult because obviously it was either going flat out or it was stopped.
Right.
So anyway, I drifted into the pits, and we took the cover off the plenum chamber, and there was a rag stuck down one of the throttle. When they changed the engine, one of the mechanics had left this rag in the engine, which had kept the butterfly full open. And I suppose it, another technical word coming up, which begins with an F and ends with a D.
Cover your ears, kid.
That's also German. And we think that's what probably burnt the valve. So then I drove for Reinhold Jost. My very last race was for Reinhold Jost in the 962 at Dijon in France. And we qualified 8th, we ran 8th, and we came 8th. and that obviously that wasn't an air-cooled car. That was but this was having driven the BMW, which did have a lot of horsepower, only 2-litre 4-cylinder, great big turbo, a lot of turbo lag. To drive this with the twin turbo and a lot bigger engine displacement, so it had much more grunt low down before the turbo hit. But when the turbo hit, I mean, this sucker really took off. I mean, it was a serious car to drive. It really was. It was quite scary to start with for the first 15 seconds.
Did you ever figure out terminal velocity at a place like Riverside or somewhere?
Oh, gosh, at Riverside, we probably did 190
Yeah.
down the straight into turn 9. And turn 9 was a great corner. You know, it was slightly banked, 180-degree corner. Terrific. And the S's at Riverside were wonderful. And unfortunately, it's shopping centre now. So my career in Porsche, air-cooled Porsches, was pretty short. But I did, at the end, spend 8 years driving a lot of Porsches, all Porsches.
Yeah, 906, you drove the 956, 962 is your
Well, I
birthday.
drove a car like that, number 44. Was that a 904? I drove one of those for Sterling Moss. After he retired, he had that crash in 1962 and was nearly killed. And he retired, but he started smart. Sterling Moss Auto Racing Team. And he asked me to drive one of those at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife in the 1,000 Ks. And I drove with a guy called Lucky Kazner, who was an American, who had won it the year before in a birdcage Maserati, driving with, another American driver with the deep voice. Anyway, I don't know where we finished. I suppose I should look it up. It must be somewhere.
I know where it is.
Huh?
It's in your career results
Oh, it is?
that
Okay.
I accumulated for your book, Habbo, which,
some
by
of
the
it.
way, if you don't have a copy of, buy Habbo. It's very entertaining.
So I did drive one of those at Nürburgring with Lucky, who unfortunately turned out whose luck ran out about a year later when he was killed.
I didn't realize it was a right hooker. It's a right-hand
Well,
seat.
I think something has happened in the restoration, because I only remember sitting on the left.
Yeah.
And I know I wasn't sitting in a passenger seat. I know I wasn't driving like that. So
I've seen you do that.
The gear lever was in the right place, and that didn't shift. But I think it was a left-hand drive when I drove it.
We can point out this car came from the shops of Bruce Canepa and his very well-known restorations out in California. Patrick, let's talk a little bit about the detective work that went into finding cars for Habbo.
Yeah, it's interesting. As David touched on, he drove a lot of BMWs that are here in the States, but the name Fitzpatrick kept coming back up, and Bruce Canepa has been a great friend and a mentor, and so I called him up and I said, hey, there's a 935 that we had in 2023 that you supported us with, and I'm going to need that car, and I'm going to need to get it out to Chattanooga, and this needs to happen in like 2 weeks. And the great thing about Bruce is that he was with us last weekend in California, and he loves to see these cars shared and the stories told. And when I told him that Habbo was the Grand Marshal of Chattanooga, it was done. So, yeah, it's super fun. The team works hard on it. We have a manager, Mark Hotchkiss, and during event season, that's all he does is work with the cars that we've sourced as a team, and works on the logistics not only with transport but also with the owners, having them come out if they so choose, and their friends and family. So it's quite an operation. Again, back to the coffee shop in 2014, nothing that I ever imagined, but the key cars really do make the difference, and we always try to have fresh stories and cars that we're not regularly showing, so that there really is that discovery. And part of Luftgekühlt and the experience is not just lining up a bunch of cars as tight as we can, but giving them space, giving them stage, giving them different architectural backdrops. And in this day and age, there's a lot of banter about the young next generation and how interested are they in combustion engine cars. And I think the future's bright, and that's basically because we're all connected by these. And kids with cameras, not only from a business side and giving ROI to our sponsors, it's organic PR, because these messages and photos on Instagram go all over the world. So it's really great. And that part of it, I think, is alive and well. And so we use it as storytelling, but we also want to celebrate the brave and talented who took these cars through their paces. I've had an opportunity to drive some of these cars pretty hard at events like Rennsport Reunion or the Reunion at Monterey. And I can't, first of all, imagine how you guys drove these cars with only two, for instance, at 24 Hours of Daytona. No power steering, no driver coolings, no aids, but also just how scary they are. I mean, a 935, someone asked me, what's it like to drive a 935? I said, well, it handles well in a straight line, but that's about it. And the next thing I said is, you better have it pointed in the right direction when the turbo actually spools up, because at that point, even if you check up on the throttle, it's still pouring a bunch of fuel into it, and it's going where you last aimed it. So I love the art form of it. Hurley Haywood once told me his trick at Daytona was to sort of stab the throttle a couple times in the inner loop in the horseshoe and time it to where you were almost tricking the turbo to wake it up. And I love all the technical side of driving an era car like this. In this day and age, the race cars are amazing. They're so reliable. I've gone through many Le Mans where you drive them like sheer qualifying laps, 24 hours. Every time you get in the car, from the time you come off the pit lane speed limiter, you just try to destroy the car, and the tires take it, the brakes take it, the gearboxes and the engines, the underfloors. But in this generation, you really had to, it was an art form, not only to get all the speed out of the car, but also to keep it together. And so huge amount of respect for David and the drivers of this era, not only for the danger, but for the talent and the physicality of what it took to take these cars across the line, and in the many races that he's won, and some of the legends that I've been fortunate enough to meet through this storytelling.
What kind of horsepower are we talking about with a car like this?
I believe this one was pushing 800. I mean, always the big shiny knob in the center was the stories that I hear. You really knew your teammates well, because they would get to the boost knob, and you could probably put, 200 horsepower variable in how much boost you gave the engine. But of course, the other side of the coin was you could burn a hole in the piston. So it was about using the boost when you needed it. In the time I've been able to race these cars, starts and restarts is an important part of it. But then you really have to trust your teammates that they're not just going for the fastest lap of the race. And I've heard many tales of certain drivers you wanted to be teamed with and certain drivers you didn't. And in this day and age, we tell those same stories in modern racing, but for other reasons. It might be brake bias or traction control, or how they treated the axles over big bumps in certain sections of the racetrack. But I love the period where you had to be a fast driver, but you had to be smooth, and you had to take care of the equipment. And I'm fortunate that my first Le Mans was sort of at the cusp. 2004, we still had an H-pattern transmission. We still had 3 pedals, no traction control, no driver aids or balance of performance or driver ratings. It was still a very simple era. And in this day and age, it's great, and the racing is close, but it's pretty technical. Let's say technical. That's a positive word. But regardless, the job of a driver is still the same. Put the car as close to the edge as possible without stepping over it, because there's a fine line between brave and dumb, and I've been called both. And it really just comes down to the result at the end. Everybody's there and wants that top step of the podium.
I think it's one of the most beautiful cars, certainly one of the most beautiful Porsches. How would it handle? What kind of downforce did you have? I mean, you've talked about how...
Well, you can see from the front splitter and the big wing on the back.
Yeah.
Plus, it's got a fence across the back as well.
Right.
There was no, obviously, there was no suction from underneath the car. It was all top load downforce.
Right.
So it was pretty good, but of course, we weren't really too worried about. We were worried about downforce, but not obsessed with it like they are today.
Right.
I mean, the problem with racing today is it's become all aerodynamic. And in 2026, Formula One's going to become even more aerodynamic, because you'll be able to move those surfaces. So you'll be able to change the front and rear wings. Mm-hmm. The driver will be able to, or probably those we get to 2026, they'll probably do that in the pits, just to help their lad a bit. But the thing that Patrick has said, in those long distance races, there's only 2 of you, and you had a lot of power. And at night at Le Mans, you're doing 200 miles an hour down that straight for a couple of minutes, because it's 4.5 miles long. and you've got all these other cars which are doing 100 miles an hour less than you, or at least 50, 60, or 70 miles an hour less. And if it rained, because then it became really tricky, that's when I give it back to John. But I mean,
Right.
it was, you had to baby them as well, because changing the brake pads on this car or the GT40, I mean, it was a major operation. It took ages to do. Nowadays, they just pull in the pits, whip the whole bloody lot out, disc, pads, the calipers, the whole lot. Takes a couple of seconds. And so you had to be careful, because if you could save a brake pad change, it was a lot of time. It was about a 5-minute job. So if you could save 5 minutes, that's worth a lot of time on the track, a lot of speed on the track. You had to be careful of the gearbox. You had to be careful. Oh, you had to be very careful of the transmission, rings and pinions, the gears themselves, and obviously the engine itself was not fragile, but it wasn't. Today, they seem to be absolutely bulletproof. And I mean, you got 3 drivers, sometimes 4. They all drive the snot out of the car all the time. And then when they get in, they've got an air-conditioned, soundproof room to retire to. They have a massage. Then when they go to get in the car again, which might be like 5 or 6 hours later, so they've had a good night's kip, watched a couple of porn movies, and then they put on a brand new set of overalls and brand new shoes and gloves and helmet. I mean, I put my overalls on Saturday morning, and by Sunday afternoon, I can tell you they were pretty sticky. And because I get wet with sweat, and you couldn't take them off. Anybody going to do with it? You can't dry it. And I couldn't afford 2 or 3 pairs of overalls. So, I mean, what you got, you're stuck with it. Your gloves were all wet, and your helmet was all wet. And I drove with Thierry Boutsen, who was a Formula One driver and was very fast. And Thierry irritated the hell out of me, because he'd get out of the car after 2 hours, take his helmet off, and his hair would be all fluffy and not a drop of sweat. And then he used to look at me and he'd say, "Oh, Hobbsy, I have to get in that seat after you have sweat in there for 2 hours. It's horrible.
Pool of water in the
It's
seat.
horrible."
That's not sweat.
Pulled into Nashville, Tennessee. You wouldn't even come around to see me. Since you're heading up to Carolina, know I'm gonna be right there behind you. Always have to steal my kisses from 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 you. Love to feel that warm southern rain. Hear it fall is the sweetest sound thing. To see it fall on your simple country dress, it's like heaven to me, I must confess. Always have to steal my kisses from you. 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 you just turn your head away. Oh, no, you didn't mean that. She said, I love the way you think, I hate the way you act. Always have to steal my kisses from you. Always have to steal my kisses from you. Always have to steal my kisses from you. Always have to steal my kisses from. Always have to steal my kisses from you. 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 Oh, steal my kisses from you. I always have to steal my kisses from you. Always have to steal my kisses from you. Always have to steal my kisses from you. Oh, steal my kisses from you. Always have to steal my kisses from you.
Happy Friday, everyone. Woo!
Can I get a little bit more mic in the monitor? Stopped me on the corner. Swear you hit me like a vision. I wasn't expecting. Who am I to tell fate where it's supposed to go with it? Won't you blink, you might miss it. You got the right to just love it, or leave it, or find it, or keep it. And every day you get the chance to say, oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars falling from the sky. We're shining how we want, brighter than the sun. I never seen it. Found this love, I wanna feed it. Better believe I wanna beat it better than anything I've ever had. You're so damn beautiful, read it. Signed and delivered, let's seal it. But you're gonna gather like peanuts and payday and Marley and reggae. And then every day you get the chance to say, oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars falling from the sky. The sun how we want, brighter than the sun. Everything is like a whiteout, as we shake, shine down. Even when the lights out, I can see you glow. Got my head up in the rafters, got my happy ever after. I felt this way before, and felt this way before. Swear you hit me like a vision. I wasn't expecting. Who am I to tell fate where it's supposed to go? Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars falling from the sky. It's shining how we want. Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. Goes goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun.
Thank you. Just seeing a face, can't forget the time or place where we just met. She's just a girl from me, out in all the world to see we met. Had it been another day, I might have looked the other way, and I had never been aware. As it is, I'll dream of her tonight. Die, 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 die. Falling, yes, I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. I have never known the likes of this, been alone and I have missed things kept out of sight. Other girls are never quite like this. Falling, yes, I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Falling, yes, I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Just seeing a face, can't forget the time or place where we just met. She's just a girl from me, out in all the world to see we met. Die, 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 die. Falling, yes, I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Falling, yes, I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Falling, yes, I am falling, then she keeps calling me back again. Me back again. Me back again. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Don't stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you see you belong to me? And my poor heart aches with every step you take. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why we never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all those beautiful girls, they only want to use dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Started at the park, used to chill after dark. Oh, when you lost that spark, when you broke my heart. Well, we both thought that love would last forever. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why we will never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all those beautiful girls only want to use dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. If the sky we look upon should crumble and fall, and the mountains should tumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Don't stand now. Stand by me. And every breath you take, would you stand by me? Every move you make, stand by me. And we both thought that love would last forever. Every game you play, stand by me. Every word you say, stand by me. And we both thought that love would last forever. Oh, and we both thought that love would last forever. tells me that I was more than all the miles combined. You must have had yourself a change of heart like halfway through the drive, and now your voice trailed off exactly as you passed my exit sign. Kept on driving straight and left our future to the right. Now I am stuck between my ankles, blame that I can't face memories. Something even smoking weed does not replace. And I am terrified of weather, see you when it rains. Doc told me to travel, but there's COVID on the planes. And I love Vermont, it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. And I dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm split in half. That'll have to do. So I thought if I piled something good on all my bad, that I would cancel out the darkness I inherited from Dad. No, I'm no longer funny, 'cause I miss where you laugh. Once called me forever, now you still can't call me back. But I love Vermont, it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. And I dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm split in half. That'll have to do. That'll have to do. My other half was you. I hope this pain's just passing through, but I doubt it. Love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. Dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes that'll split in half, but that'll have to do, have to do. That'll have to do. The other half was you. Love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. And I dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes that'll split in half. That'll have to do, have to do. Have to do. Thank you. left a big job in the city, working for a man every night and day, and I never lost a minute of sleep, worrying about the way things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, the proud Mary keep on burning. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, pumped a lot of paint down in New Orleans, and I never saw the big side of the city till I hitched a ride on the riverboat Queen. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, the proud Mary keep on burning, and we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, and we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Well, I left a good job in the city, working for the men every night and day, and I never lost a minute of sleep. I was worrying about the way things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, the proud Mary keep on burning, and we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, and we're rolling on the river. Well, I cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of paint down in New Orleans, and I never saw the good side of the city till I hitched a ride on the riverboat Queen. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, the proud Mary keep on burning. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Well, I left a good job in the city, working for the men every night and day, and I never saw the side of the city till I hitched a ride on the riverboat Queen. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, the proud Mary keep on burning, and we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, and we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Thank you.
Welcome to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Do I have everyone's attention? And the drummers. I love those drums. Does everyone know that these drums that you see took a few years to collect, and we would find one now and then and somewhere around the world, and we would have it shipped in, but We like them, and you guys do a great job every year with them. Thank you. We're getting ready to have a marching band. We're going down to the Trade Center or the Convention Center for a big welcome party. And it's all about Chattanooga. So get ready, and here's the band. They're ready now. So let's go. Start marching.
want to get anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car, now I got a plan to get us out of here. Been looking in the convenience store. Managed to save a little bit of money, won't have to drive too far. Across the border and into the city, you and I can both get jobs, finally see what it means to be living. See, my old man's got a problem. Live with the bottle, that's the way it is. His body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like this. Mama ran off, she left him. Wanted more than this life could give. Somebody's gotta take care of him. I quit school, that's what I did. You had a fast car, so fast enough so we can fly away. You've gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way. I remember we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. Arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. We go cruising, entertain ourselves. You still ain't got a job. Work in the market as a checkout girl. Know that things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. We'll move out of the shelter, buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. I remember we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car, and I got a job that pays all our bills. You stay drinking late at the bar, see more your friends than you do your kids. Always hope for better, thought together we would find it. Got no plans, ain't going nowhere, so take your fast car, keep on a drive. Take your fast car and keep on a driving. And I remember we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. City lights before us, and your arm felt nice around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. Is it fast enough so we can fly away? You've got to make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Da-da-da-na. Da-da-na-na. Da-da-da. This is how I do it. It's Friday night and I feel alright. Party's here from the west side, so I reach for my 40 and I turn it up. Isn't it the driver, take the keys from my truck. Hit the shore cause I'm faded. Money's in the streets, say honey, yo, we made it. Feels so good in my hood tonight. Summertime skirts and the guys are canine. All the gangbangs gotta drive by. Gotta get your groove on before you go get paid. So tip up the cup, throw your hands up. Let me hear the party say it's kind of vice, it's all because South Central does it like nobody does. All my neighbors, she got much flavor. And flip the track in the old school bag. This is how we do it. All hands are in the air, waving from here to there. If you're an OG Mac or a wannabe player, so the hood's been good for me ever since I was a lowercase G. Now I'm a big G, rolling in the money, $100 bills, y'all. If you were from where I'm from, then you would know that I gotta get mine in a big black truck. You can get yours in a 6'4". Whatever it is, the party's underway. So tip up the cup, throw your hands up. Let me hear the party say, kind of buzz, it's all because South Central does it like nobody does. All my neighbors, she got much flavor. Never come whack on the old school track. Buzzing because South Central does it like nobody does. All my neighbors, she got much flavor. Let's tip the cup in the old school bag. Once upon a time in '94, my town made the money and life was slow. He said 6'8", he stood. People thought the music that he made was good. He was a DJ, Paul was his name. Came up to money, this is what he said. You and OG are gonna make some cash. Sell 1 million records, you've been making a dash. Oh, I'm buzzing because South Central does it like nobody does. All my neighbors got much flavor. Let's break the track in the old school bag. Oh, I'm buzzing because South Central does it like nobody does. All my neighbors, she got much flavor. Let's flip the track in the old school bag. Let's flip the track in the old school bag. Let's flip the track in the old school bag. Yeah. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so simple about that place. Even your emotions have an echo, so much space. When you're out there without care, was out of touch. It wasn't because I didn't know enough, I just knew too much. Does that make you crazy? Does that make me crazy? you were having the time of your life. Think twice. This is my only advice. Now who do you think you are? Bless your soul. Think you're in control. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Probably. Heroes have the heart to lose a laugh out on a limb. All I remember was thinking, wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, looked like fun. No coincidence I've come. Not down when I'm done. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. Just like me. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. From it, please. Ooh, oh. Ooh, oh. Ooh, ooh. Nice to meet you where you've been. I can show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, wanna play. Hey, hey, new money, suit and tie. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors fly, and I know you heard about me. So hey, let's be friends. Time to see how this one ends. Grab your passport and my hand. I can make the bad guys good for a weekend. It's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. Tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, tell you I'm insane. No, I love the player, you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, and we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, so with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, tell you I'm insane. But I've got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Cherry lips, crystal skies. I can show you incredible things. Stolen kisses, pretty lies. You're my king, baby, I'm your queen. Find out what you want. Be that girl for a month. Wait, the worst is yet to come. Oh no, screaming, crying, perfect storm. I can make on jealousy. You'll come back each time you leave. 'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream. It's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. Tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, tell you I'm insane. You know I love the player, you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, and we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, tell you I'm insane. I've got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't, say I didn't warn ya. Boys only want love if it's torture. Say I didn't, say I didn't warn ya. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. Tell me when it's over, the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, tell you I'm insane. You know I love the player, you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, and we'll take this way too far. We'll leave you breathless, so with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, tell you I'm insane. But I've got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. I'll write your name. I'll write your name. Thank you. All the small things work against truth brings. I'll take one lift, you're my best trip. Always, I know you'll be at my show, watching, waiting, commiserating. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me. Na 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 late night Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Keep your head still, I'll be your thrill. And I will go on a little windmill. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Keep your head still, I'll be your thrill. And I will go on, and I will go on. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Keep your head still, I'll be your thrill. And I will go on, and I will go on. Thank you.
Just the classics all night. Just the classics, Blink 182. It's fine. I'm slowly approaching 40. It's fine. Hey, paradise, put up a parking lot. With a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Hey, paradise, put up a parking lot. Ooh, Baba. Ooh, Baba. Call the trees, put them in a tree museum. Charge the people $1 and a half to see them. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Hey, paradise, put up a parking lot. Hey, paradise, put up a parking lot. Papa. Farmer, farmer, put away the DDT. Don't care about spots on my apples. Give me the birds and the bees. Please, don't it always seem to go? Don't know what you got till it's gone. Leave paradise, put up a parking lot. There they pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Late last night, I heard the screen door slam. Big yellow taxi took away my old man. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Leave paradise, put up a parking lot.
Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. The pay of paradise, put up a parking lot. No, they pay paradise, put up a parking lot. I don't wanna give it why you wanna give it, why you wanna give it all away. Now I wanna give it, I should wanna give it all away now. Why you wanna give it, why you wanna give it, why you wanna give it all away now. I should wanna give it, why you wanna give it all away now. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Pay of paradise, put up a parking lot. No, they pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Ooh, papa. Ooh, papa. Pay of paradise, put up a parking lot. Shorty get down, good Lord. Baby got me working all over town. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much ground, a game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away, can't get her out of my mind. Why? Think about the girl all the time. Why? East side to the west side, chase fast rides, ain't no surprise. Got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, it's on, she got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10, wanna get in, can I get down so I can win? Like the way you work it, no take it see. Bang it up, y'all, like the way you work it, no take it see. Bang it up, y'all, like the way you work it, no diggity. Bang it up, y'all, like the way you work it, no diggity. She's got class and style, street knowledge by the pound. Baby never act wild, very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no, let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb, lovers a curve, so freak what you heard. Rolling with the fatness, you don't even know what the half is. You gotta pay to play, just for Shawnee Bang, man, to look your way. Like the way you work it, drop tight all day, every day. Blowing my mind, baby, in time. Maybe I can get you in my ride. Like the way you work it, no diggity. Bang it
Philadelphia, born and raised. On the playground was where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. Shooting some b-ball outside the school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. Got in one little fight and my mom got scared. She said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." Whistle for a cab. When it came near, the license plate was fresh and there was a dice in the mirror. If anything, I can say that this cab was fair, and I thought not to getting you home to Bel Air. Pulled up to the house of 708. Yelled to the cabbie, "You're home, smell you later." Looked in my kingdom, I was finally there. Sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air. The Prince of Bel Air, Bel Air. Right, stop, collaborate and listen. ISIS back with a brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a hawk, daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll go to the extreme. I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up the stage and watch it jump like a candle. Dance, caress the speaker that booms, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it, believe it, better gain weight, better hit bullseye. The kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook when my DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby, too cold. Ice, ice, baby, too cold, too cold. Ice, ice, baby, too cold. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour. Haven't they been looking? Haven't they been look what's going on in the kitchen? I can tell what's cooking. So you gotta learn. No one said a how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, guess they front. It's how you know my life is out of luck, fool. Why are we so blind to see the ones we've heard are you and me? Why are we so blind to see the ones we've heard are you and me? Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives. Hush that fuss, everybody move to the back of the bus. Do you wanna bump and crump with us? We the kind of people make the club gang crunk say, Hush that fuss, everybody move to the back of the bus. Do you wanna bump and crump with us? We the kind of people make the club gang crunk say, yeah, yeah, baby, yeah, yeah, baby, yeah, 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 baby, California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city of Compton. In the city of Compton. In the city of Compton. Keep it rockin', keep it rockin'. Compton in the city when the heat is on, all night on the beach till the break of dawn. Welcome to Miami, bienvenidos a Miami. Dancing in the city when the heat is on, all night on the beach till the break of dawn. Going to Miami, welcome to Miami.
tell me what you want, what you really, really wanna really, really, really wanna sicka. If you wanna be my lover, gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever, friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. So here's the story from A to Z. You wanna get with me? You better listen carefully. You got M at the place, like sit in your face. You got G like MC, like sit on the easy beat. Just come free. She's a real lady. And as for me, well, you'll see. Slam your body down, wind it all around. Slam your body down. Now I'm doing this tonight. You're probably gonna start a fight. I know this can't be right. Hey, baby, come on. I loved you endlessly, and you weren't there for me. So now it's time to leave and make this alone. I know that I can take no more, ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door. Bye, 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 bye. Wanna be a fool for you, just another player in your game for two. Yeah. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Bye, 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 bye. Really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I've had enough. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye, bye. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Now when the hotline bling, that can only mean one thing. When the hotline can mean one thing. It's getting hot in here. Take off all your clothes. Ice, ice, baby, too cold, too cold. Bye, bye, bye. It's getting hot in here. Take off all your clothes. Ice, ice, baby, too cold, too cold. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. I'm going to meet my one-song country quota tonight. He was working through college. That's not the right key. It's probably there. That sounds much better. He was working through college. My grandpa's farm. I was thirsting for knowledge. He had was caught somewhere between a woman and a child. One restless summer we found love growing wild. On the banks of the river on a well-beaten path. It's funny how those memories, they last like strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon saw everything. The first taste of love, oh, bittersweet, the green on the vine, like strawberry wine. I still remember when 30 was old. My biggest fear was September. He had to go. Through cards and letters and long distance calls, drifted away like the leaves in the fall. Year after year I go back to that place just to remember the taste of strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon saw everything. The first taste of love, oh, bittersweet, the green on the vine, like strawberry wine. Fields have grown over now, years since they've seen the plow. There's nothing time hasn't touched. Is it really him? The loss of my innocence. I've been missing so much. Yeah. Like strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon saw everything. My first taste of love, oh, bittersweet, the green on the vine, strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon saw everything. The first taste of love, oh, bittersweet, the green on the vine, like strawberry wine, strawberry wine, green on the vine, the green on the vine, the green on the vine, like strawberry wine.
I'm going to end really quickly, super fast, with one that I don't normally like to play because I have been asked to play it so many times in my life, being from Johnson City originally. But I feel like I have to because I'm headed back to Johnson City this weekend, so I feel like I just have to. But I will say, Bob Dylan, whereas he was a great songwriter, did not know geography. So in the phrase, he's heading west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, I just need you to know it's actually east. So just letting you know, it's east. Thanks for sticking around tonight. There's so much more to come. A few more bands and all the fun. Headed down south to the land of pine. Coming my way to North Carolina. Staring down the road, pray to God I see headlights. Made it down the coast in 17 hours. Picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers. Hoping for Raleigh, I can see my baby tonight. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Running from the cold up in New England. Was born to be a fiddler in an old-time string band. Baby played the guitar, pick a banjo now. That North Country winter keeps getting me down. Lost my money playing poker, had to up and leave. Ain't going back, just living that whole life no more. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Walking to the south, out of Roanoke. Caught a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long toke. He's headed west but east to the Cumberland Gap, to Johnson City, Tennessee. Now I gotta get a move on before the sun. Hear my baby calling my name and know that she's the only one. If I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Hey, mama, rock me. Hey, mama, rock me. Thank you guys so much. Have the best night. Happy weekend. Thanks.
same old routine. So I wrote to the paper.
y'all. How's everybody doing tonight? Beautiful weather, beautiful night. We are Southern Drawl. We're so excited to be your entertainment this evening here at the Motorcar Festival here in Chattanooga. Oh, yeah. We're going to have a good time tonight, so we hope y'all are ready. I'm going to give the mic over here to my buddy, Jake Hess.
Hey, how we doing, Chattanooga? It's looking beautiful out here tonight. The weather's perfect, like Amber's already said. My name is Jake. Can we back the lows off in this monitor? Thank you. Sorry, guys, technical difficulties here. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Jake Hess. I come from a place called Columbus, Georgia. Anybody know where that's at? Yeah, absolutely. I am a native of there. I've been there for most of my life. I'm in Nashville now, but I still call Columbus, Georgia home. And I remember when I was a kid, I went to my first country show in the Columbus Civic Center, and Brad Paisley was playing that night. And I remember it changing my life as soon as I heard this song right here. Well, I love her, but I love to fish. Spend all day out on this lake, and hell is all I catch. Well, today she met me at the door and said I would have to choose. If I hit that fishing hole today, she'd be packing all her things and she'd be gone by noon. Y'all ready? Well, I'm gonna miss her when I get home. Right now I'm on this lake shore, and I'm sitting in the sun. I'm sure it'll hit me when I walk through that door tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. Oh, looky there, I've got a bite. Let her go, boys. Well, there's a chance that if I hurry, I can beg her to stay. That water's right and the weather's perfect. No telling what I might catch today. Also, I'm gonna miss her. Goodbye, darling, when I get home. Lake shore, and I'm sitting in the sun. I'm sure it'll hit me. That's right. When I walk through that door tonight, yeah, I'm gonna miss her. Oh, looky there, another bite. That's right. Oh, I'm gonna miss her. Oh, looky there. Well, I've got a bite. That's right. be scared. It's Friday night. You got a lot of nerve, don't you, baby? I only hit the curve 'cause your name. You're telling all your friends that I'm crazy, like I'm the only one. Why'd you throw them stones too? Had a wild hair of your own too. Living in your big glass house with a view. I thought you knew I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that bottle off the shelf. And keep it every weekend if you put it there. They say teamwork makes the dream work. You thought I'd take the blame for us crumbling around like you guilty of something already lost. The game that you've been running, guess it's catching up to you, yeah. You think that you're so innocent after all the stuff you did. I ain't an angel, you ain't ever sinned. Can't wash my hands of this. I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that bottle off the shelf. And keep it every weekend if you couldn't tell. They say teamwork makes the dream work. Hey. It takes two to break a heart in two. Ooh, baby, you blame me, and honey, I blame you. Oh, that ain't true. I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that bottle off the shelf. And keep it every weekend if you couldn't tell. They say teamwork makes the dream work. Have I had some help? Hey, y'all having fun yet? Come on. Yeah.
All right. Well, y'all, half of this band's from Chattanooga, half of them from Nashville. We got a transplant from Baltimore. Where are you guys from? Anybody from Chattanooga out there tonight? Yeah. We got any out-of-towners? All right. Did y'all come out here for this car festival this weekend? Okay. How many people have a car being viewed? Like, one of the vintage.
Y'all gonna let me take it for a spin around the block, right? Okay, yeah, we gotta take her. We gotta take her. Come on.
That was easy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to ask. Anybody let me take a spin? No, I get it. You know what they say? Women drivers. I don't know. Oh, well, we don't get political. Okay, all right. Anyways, we're going to sing this next song. And it just talks about going around town, driving, taking that car on a nice little road trip. So this one's for all you guys.
Baby, what do you say we just get lost? Leave this one-horse town like two rebels without a cause. I've got people in Boston, but your dad is still in the war. standing here if we gotta ride a Greyhound bus. Or we're bound to outrun the bad luck just tailing us. There's Carolina, Tails, California, somewhere greener, somewhere warmer, up in the mountains, down by the ocean, where it don't matter, long as we're going somewhere together, up by the corner, heads Carolina, Tails,
Thank y'all. How do y'all feel about Shania Twain? All right, all right. Y'all sing this one with us.
I never met a guy who kept a needle in his pocket, a comb up his sleeve, just in case, and all that extra whole gel in your hair. I ought to lock it, 'cause heaven forbid it should fall out of place. Oh, you think you're special? Oh, you think you're something else?
Okay, so you're Brad Pitt. That don't impress me much.
Oh, so you got the looks, but have you got the touch? And don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm every day to love you right. That don't impress me much. Oh, yeah. I've known a few guys who thought they were pretty smart, but you got being right down to an art. You think you're a genius, you drive me up the wall. You're regular, original, know it all. Oh, you think you're special. Oh, you think you're something else.
Okay, so you're a rocket scientist.
That don't impress me much. Oh, so you got the blues, but have you got the touch? And don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm every day to love you right. That don't impress me much.
Y'all give it up for Dre and Lewis.
One of those guys who likes to shine his machine. Baby, take off your shoes before you let me get in. I can't believe you kiss your car tonight. Now come on, baby, tell me you must be joking, right? Oh, you think you're special. Oh, you think you're something else.
Okay, so you've got a vintage car. That don't impress me.
Oh, so you got the move, but have you got the touch? And don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm every day to love you right. That don't impress me. Oh, so you got the moves, but have you got the touch? And don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm on a long, cold, lonely night.
Dallas dropped another game in overtime. Called a ticket speeding down the 65. Don't know where I'm going. Guess I really went and messed it up again. Now my baby's goner than the Tulsa wind. Judging by the stones over, say I'm in. Need to crack one wide open. Somebody pour me a drink. Somebody bum me a smoke. I'm about to get on a buzz. I'm about to get on a roll. Yeah, I've been breaking my back. Just keeping up with the Joneses. Y'all know what I mean. Hey, y'all know how it goes. When it's up on a Friday and I paid someone over my way. I can't even think when I can hear one calling my name. Hey, somebody pour me a drink. Somebody pour me a drink. Bourbon brown eyes trying to get me drunk. Ain't stopping till the bottle and the job is done. Hey, I think I might have found my future love. Buddy, you should probably buy her one. Somebody pour me a drink. Somebody bum me a smoke. I'm about to get on a buzz. I'm about to get on a roll. Yeah, I've been breaking my back. Just keeping up with the Joneses. Y'all know what I mean. Hey, y'all know how it goes. When it's up on a Friday, I'm paid. Traveling over my way. I can't even think when I can hear one calling my name. Hey, somebody pour me a drink. Somebody pour me a drink. Somebody bring me a smoke. I'm about to get on a buzz. I'm about to get on a roll. Yeah, I've been breaking my back. Just keeping up with the Joneses. Y'all know what I mean. Hey, y'all know how it goes. When it's up on a Friday and I paid traveling over my way. I can't even think when I can hear one calling my name. Hey, somebody pour me a drink. Somebody pour me a drink. Pour me a drink. Somebody pour me a drink. Ooh, I'll cheers to that. Girl, our mama's a best friends, and so we the whole town's rooting for us like the home team. Most likely to settle down, plant a few roots real deep and let them grow. We can't stop this real world from spinning us. Your bright lights called, I don't blame you for picking up your big dream bags are all packed up and ready to go. And I just need you to know I love you more than a California sunset, more than a beer when you ain't 21 yet, more than a Sunday morning, Lord, turning some poor lost soul found. Hallelujah, found. Yeah, I love you more than the feeling when the bass hits the hook, when the guy gets the girl at the end of the book. But baby, this might be the last time I get to lay you down, 'cause I can't love you more than my hometown. Now I ain't the runaway kind, I can't change that. My stuck in these streets like the train track. City sky ain't the same black. Ain't that a mapped out shame? And to think that I love you more than a California sunset, more than a beer when you ain't 21 yet, more than a Sunday morning Lord turning some poor lost soul found. Hallelujah found. Yeah, I love you more than the feeling when the bass hits the hook, when the guy gets the girl at the end of the book. But baby, this might be the last time I get to lay you down, 'cause I can't love you more than my hometown. Can't love you more than my hometown. You got a wild in your eyes that I just wasn't born with. I'm the same gas station cup of coffee in the morning. I need a house on a hill, girl, not in a. So hang on to these words and them avenues, help you forget them. I love you more than a California sunset. I love you more in a $20 sundress. Ain't that loaded down car you got your keys in, girl, but I hate even more that you're leaving. I love you more than a feeling when the bass hits the hook, when the guy gets a girl at the end of the book. But that ain't you and me, so I guess I'll see you around, 'cause I can't love you more than my hometown. Love you more than my hometown. Love you more than my hometown. Love you more, baby, love you more.
Now that's Jake Hess.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Hey, just to tell you a little bit more about myself, my mother's side of the family comes from a place called Arkansas. We got any Arkansas natives in the crowd tonight? Woo pig, baby. Well, you know, it's kind of tough because I'm a Vols fan. So it's a double-edged sword. I love it for them. Hey, you know, I can appreciate it, but it still hurt my heart last weekend. But all that said, we're going to take y'all down to South Arkansas, give y'all a little taste of what it's like down there. They get with it. Took a 911 about 107 down a back road, where the White River runs and the southern sun makes a kudzu grow. And what I found in the Mozart Mountains I ain't ever seen. Showed up feel like sitting on top of the world. Gotta get down to Arkansas. Having so much fun, and it's probably a little bit against the law. All the boys and the girls down there sure know how to have a ball. If you wanna get down, gotta get down to Arkansas. Well, we burned through that one-light town like a scalded dog. When we let out of Fayetteville, they was calling the hogs. Yeah, we made a pit stop in Little Rock for some barbecue. Now when we hit West Memphis, there was blue lights in my review. Let's go. Gotta get down to Arkansas. Having so much fun, and it's probably a little bit against the law. All the boys and the girls down there sure know how to have a ball. If you wanna get down, gotta get down to Arkansas. Let's go! Gotta get down to Arkansas. Having so much fun, gotta get down to Arkansas. Gotta get down to Arkansas. Having so much fun that it's probably a little bit against the law. All the boys and the girls down there sure know how to have a ball. If you wanna get down, gotta get down to Arkansas. Hey, y'all have a fun trip. Woo. I got you.
All right, this one's a brand new song, but you've probably heard it a million times so far. I feel like y'all are gonna know it. Right over here. This is that new Chapel Roan song. Good luck, babe. Yeah, yeah. All right, y'all, help me sing it. Let's go. I heard Miranda Lambert and Kelly Clarkson do a cover of this the other day, and I fell even more in love. So here we are.
Say that we were nothing, but you know the truth. Yes, I'm a fool. With your arms out like an angel through the car sunroof. You don't wanna call it all, but you don't wanna call it love. You only wanna be the one that I call baby. You can kiss 100 boys in bars and shoot another shot, try to stop the feeling. You can say it's just the way you are, make a new excuse, another stupid reason. But baby, well, come on, baby, you'd have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Go on, baby, well, go on, baby, you'd have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Who cares? It's a sexually explicit kind of love affair, and I cry. It's not fair. I just need a little love, and I just need a little love. Think I'm gonna call it all, but you don't wanna call it love. You only wanna be the one that I call baby. You could kiss 100 boys in bars, shoot another shot, try to stop the feeling. You could say it's just the way you are, make a new excuse, another stupid reason. Not baby, well, put on, babe, you'd have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Go on, babe, well, put on, babe, you'd have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. And when you wake up next to him in the middle of the night, your head in your hands and nothing more than his wife. When you think about me all of those years ago, I hate to say it, I told you so. Even though I hate to say it, I told you so. I hate to say it, I told you so. Boys in bars, shoot another shot, try to stop the feeling. You could say it's just the way you are, make a new excuse, another stupid reason. Not bad, well, good on, bad. You'd have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Not bad, well, good on, bad. You'd have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Thank y'all. Y'all sounded pretty. We got all kinds of good music out right now. I feel like we're in a really good era of music. We got Lainey Wilson, Morgan Wallen. We got Sabrina Carpenter, Chapel Roan.
they're like almost bringing the old school back and making it new somehow, new and fresh. But I love it. I love the times we're living in right now.
I'm all about it, yeah.
Me too.
It's cool.
It is cool. But we're going to take it back right now a little bit. This one goes out to Byron DeFore. Thank y'all for having us here tonight. And we love being a part of this. This is so much fun. Yes, sir. So this one is specifically for Byron. If you're out there, this is for you.
There she stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? Yeah, what's it? Now, baby, maybe she's in need of a kid. I said, hey, what's your name, baby? Maybe we see things the same. Now, don't you wait or hesitate. Let's move before they raise the parking rate. Yeah, I said, all right now. It's all right now. Yes, it is. And it's all right now. All right now. I took her home to my place, watching every move on her face. She said, look,